Do it ourselves.
The very least. The very least get merch.
Yeah. I did it. Yeah.
We're live.
That's it.
Goddamn thing sucks.
Oh, it's live, Hal.
Yeah. What's up, everybody? Ads running on YouTube. Twitch ain't gonna be here. They always 25 minutes behind. Did a little work on the website. Nothing posted yet, but got a couple of the pieces put together. Monday might have been a bit ambitious, but I'm gonna try. I'm gonna try. Yeah, I was thinking about that too. That's a great call. Yep, I was thinking about that too. The good thing is we could just send a link from, and someone can go out on their phone and just pull up. Yeah. Yeah. Yep. Let's do 2 on Friday. Let's go, Coach Molly. Let's go, baby. Get that dub. Let's go. Let's go. Oh yeah. We'll get that quick. Yeah, I saw that. Trista's all about Keegan.
Yeah, man.
Some of these other things look like
Raider Nation Radio. Is that a real thing? Is that a podcast? Yeah. What is that? Oh,
all right.
Is that new?
These just different font settings. I feel like we get a little clearer picture. This is like the worst picture, people. We can use that one.
I like that one.
All right, let's do that. Congratulations, Justin. You're the first to get the new font.
You get nothing.
That's right. The great Tyrese Halliburton plays tonight, indeed. Real Radio in Vegas, ESPN affiliate. Oh, okay. Okay.
Is it like 107.7 or something like that? Is that what it is? It's 107 something.
What do I use to create the overlays? Photoshop. Yeah, Photoshop.
Bryce, what's up, big dog?
Nope, not for me. It's not for me. On the iPad, it is. That's how I use it on the iPad. Whenever I open it on the desktop, I just can't. I get overwhelmed and can't do it. It's like Don is saying, it's easy. John Bull says it's easy. It's just just when you open it on the desktop, it's a lot. I can maneuver things on my iPad just with the pencil, and that makes it a little bit easier. We'll have some new.
Stylus. I don't have a stylus.
We'll have some new overlays come Monday. All of this stuff I made is like trash now. Got to get rid of all of it. The show shall begin shortly. I love seeing Dos Santos shaking Biden's hand. Biden, man, get your punk ass out of my face. I'm not here for you. Huh? Yeah, super weird.
Yeah.
Oh, that's crazy. Absolutely crazy.
They really be saying whatever.
For real. Sorry, the show starts late now because Jesse's star is shining. Yo, that was crazy. Them boots that dude had on yesterday was wild. Like, fam, what are those? What's good, baby? Come on in, hang out. We have got you covered for the next 4 hours here. Steelo and KC, I'm Damian Barling.
Acknowledge me!
He's Kenny Caraway.
Yes, sir.
Acknowledge me.
Hated it.
And we before we dive into things here, we got a very busy show. Olivia Christian will be here today. Sara Hodges will be here today. Sheena Quick, she's a Carolina Panthers beat writer for 1340 Fox Sports. She'll be with us today. James Ham, final hour of the show. King's back at practice. Busy. Before
Michael Jackson, we are not alone today.
we are not. Another day is gone. But we're more
That
interested.
was a smash. Damn, that was a dope song, and we can't even really talk about it.
Why?
Mike didn't write that. I'll put it to you that way.
Oh, yeah, he didn't write that. But we ain't got to tell nobody who wrote it. I'm more interested in Ben. And there are a lot of people in the chat house who are interested in Ben. Not Black Bottles 916 Ben, but the rat. For those who were with us yesterday, there was a show-long saga. It was Kenny versus a rat. A dead rat, mind you, or what we believe to be a dead rat. And we had a podcast to record last night. Kenny was like, I got to get out of here. I got to go deal with this rat. And we need an update. Did everything go okay?
First of all, luckily for us, I mean, shout out to Nick, my Terminex guy, wasn't in the house. You know, there seems to be a force field around the house, but you know, where I live, really anywhere nowadays, it really doesn't matter. Like you're gonna come across some rodents. That's just what it is. We keep infringing on their territory. We get deeper out into these fields. You know, moving them out. They're moving back. It's just bound to happen, right? So it was outside, and it was in the storage bin outside where I have all these basketballs and soccer balls, footballs, and stuff like that. And I saw him like maybe 30 minutes before the show yesterday, and I was like, oh no, I don't want to have to deal with it. Look, man, I don't like no rats. I don't like no rodents. It's not my bag.
Right? I don't know very many people who do.
Yeah. It's not my bag, not at all. Yeah. But you know, the man of the house, gonna have to take care of this.
Debatable, but
well, I didn't say boss. I said man of the house.
Okay. Well, I guess technically that's accurate. Yes. Reese coming for that title, but that's all right. That's all right.
So I was like, look, man, I got to take care of this, man. I ain't going to let no little rat run me out of my property. All right. That's just not going to happen. So after the show gets done, I'm like, man, I got to go handle this situation. Like I said, he was in a storage box, so it was a little different to get to him. Like if you wanted to use any utensils, it was going to be a little difficult to get to. So I tried to get him in the box. I had a shovel, was just going to scoop him out a little bit. And I couldn't really get a good angle. And then when I showed Reese, I was like moving these bags and stuff out the way. And then Reese was looking, you know, kind of half looking, you know, to lean in a little bit. He's like, oh, snap. I think he's still alive. I saw a stomach move. I said, what? No, he's got to be dead.
That's always the fear, is that it's actually still alive. No one wants to admit it, but that's the fear.
So I tapped him a little bit. He didn't move. I was like, no, I think he's dead. He said, oh, yeah. Maybe I didn't see it. I was like, thank you, Reese. So long story short, to get this thing taken care of, I had to flip the storage bin over. I had to flip it over, dump him out so I can get to it. And flipped it over. He's just lying there. At that point, it's kind of nasty. You could smell him. He'd only probably been there because I saw him in real life maybe a week and a half ago. Like saw him alive.
Okay.
Yeah. And then the exterminator came and he looked and he's like, oh no, I don't see nothing in here. Well, yeah, I find him a week later. So I saw him alive. So it was like a week or so ago. And yeah, he had been dead probably since that day, it felt like. and it started to smell, started to decompose a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
So got him out, scooped him. Reese actually helped. He did a great job. Shout out to my son. I was proud. We teamworked this situation, scooped him into the garbage can, right? So then we're like, whoa, we did that. We dapped up. Let's go, boy. Let's go. We handled that. Dapped up. Told the Queen Bee, we're like, we got him. Got that boy.
Ladies and gentlemen, we got him. It's very good. It's good. Good.
So then I tell the Queen Bee, I was like, yeah, we got him. We got him. He's up out of here. We got the job done. She's like, oh, okay. Well, where's he at? In the garbage can. Oh, cool. You like put him in a bag or something, right? No, we just scooped him and put him in the trash can. No, he needs to go in a bag. Well, he's already in the garbage. He needs to go in a bag. So we had to tip the garbage can over, scoop him out, scoop him somehow, some way into a bag. When we scooped him into the garbage van, like I got him on there or whatever, but he was hanging off the edge of the bag, so half of his little tail was hanging out there.
Lord,
and I couldn't flip it too hard because it might flip back in my face. I was like, man, get this thing off, get in the damn bag. Eventually got him in the bag, tied it up, got him in there, and that's where we are today. So
Reese went up to his mom.
That's the gratitude I get from you pieces of crap.
Man, that's a cold world. Mom, we did it. It's in a bag, right? I would have lied. Yeah, like of course it's in a bag. What you mean? I just would have thrown some trash on top of it. Like it's in a bag.
It's gonna get dumped out in the trash on Friday anyway. It's not gonna stay there forever.
That's why I would have been. As soon as the question started coming, it's in a bag, right? Yeah. What? Like what you think? What you think? By the way, son, take the trash out. Oh, I just took it out earlier. Take it out, son. Put the bag on. Put the bag in there.
Well, that actually was the original plan. Like he was in there, and I was like, well, let me just take this kitchen bag, put it on top of him, make sure nothing crazy happens. And it's all good. No, it wasn't good enough. And I was just sitting there like,
What more do you want from me?
Oh man, I can't believe Jazz didn't IG live this. What a missed opportunity.
no, nobody needed to see that.
I strongly disagree. I strongly disagree with that.
That rat was stinky though. I wasn't prepared for that. His flies were starting to. They had come over to the area or whatever. I can't wait till that rat's out of the trash can.
Well, Friday will be here soon enough.
Like
It'll
it's
be
like
here soon enough.
He's all we were trying to get him, but we couldn't really scoop him in there. So like we were turning him all around and twisting his
Poor
body.
dead rat, just flipping all over the place, falling 6 feet from the shovel. Like, come on, man. I'm calling PETA. I don't know if PETA handles how you handle dead rats, but that just sounds terrible.
Look, Cohen here talking about Casey was probably sweating. Well, I was looking like Patrick Ewing out there. I was getting that rat out there sweating like Patrick Ewing.
Oh man, Casey was at the foul line. Boy, that's tough. That is tough.
But yeah, he's gone.
Okay, he's gone, and so is home run number 62.
It is gone. It is gone.
I thought you were going to finish it. Aaron Judge hit home run number 62 in game number 2 for the Yankees yesterday. If you were with us yet, we were watching the first game. Like, come on, man, do something. And I think it was pretty early on in the second game. He gets home run number 62, and it felt like such a long, exhaustive process. Part of me wonders if he hits like 3 or 4 more before the season's over, just because 62 is out of the way and he can relax and be a little bit more comfortable now. But shout out to Aaron Judge and Albert Pujols, who gave us a very, very memorable conclusion to this Major League Baseball season.
Yeah, man, that was a joy to watch in the second half of the season, especially for somebody like myself who is a Giants fan. Baseball was done mid-August, maybe. Like when did you come back? It might
have been earlier. It was mid-August.
Whenever you came back from New York, by then baseball had been done. They had a couple of like walk-offs while you were gone, and then that was it. They got like swept by the Dodgers. So baseball was done for me. And not just that, but like here's the downside of the new format is there's not a lot of like pennant race stuff. Like it's almost like the NBA, like you kind of know who's in the playoffs. It's a little bit of a positioning thing. So September and the pennant race is kind of killed by that a little bit. Braves Mets notwithstanding. But Aaron Judge and Albert Pujols gave us a reason to watch, a reason to pay attention to the last month or so of the baseball season. And I'm happy to see them both get it done. Albert Pujols didn't stop.
Yeah, that's amazing. Yeah, that's incredible.
So, yeah, it was a great way to see the baseball season come to an end.
They're two really unique stories. They're very, very different. But what Albert Pujols did was just awesome because it came out of nowhere. We've known Aaron Judge is a great ball player. Obviously, what he's doing this year is next level. But Albert Pujols just insisting. I know where I'm at on the home run list. If I fall short, I fall short. Mm-hmm. I'm retiring this year. And to get to all of those marks, to pass Alex Rodriguez, to move, and well into the 700s now, well in, 702, 703, wherever he's at now, to do that. He's moved up the RBI list. That's just all really, really, and doing it in St. Louis, a tremendous way to close out his career. Aaron Judge entering the most fascinating offseason, I think, in Major League Baseball history. Yeah. I can't wait to see what direction this goes. We'll talk a little bit about it. Talk about fascinating. Man, I think there are teams pulling the plug on their NBA seasons today. After that performance we saw from number 1 and 2 last night. Oh, this is going to be an interesting NBA season. We'll dive into all of that. We're just getting started. The show is loaded. The phone lines are open for you. We got Kings tickets. So much more ahead. It's D'Lo and KC just getting started here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
Chill. Rob W., the garbage day is Friday. Could have stayed in there until Friday.
Man, Myles Garrett is a monster. Goodness gracious. That dude don't even look normal. Goodness. Monster.
Hey, Black Bottles 916. What's going on, brother?
Yeah, Ben. The
anniversary, by the way. Let me get some air horns. My anniversary was yesterday, man. Big up. Man. 8 years. Let's go.
There's a Michael Jackson song about a pet rat named Ben. We didn't name Kenny's pet rat Ben. I promise. It's from a movie.
Wait a minute. Yeah, I guess it is. What was the monkey's name?
Bubbles.
That's right.
Yeah, Bubbles.
Didn't in Jackson's American Dream, didn't Joe like catch the rat?
Yes. Yeah.
Michael was beside himself.
Yeah.
Michael would have to shut the hell up if I was in that house. We're not having no pet rat.
But I think it was from a movie. Like I don't know that scene was real. I think that song was from a movie. Let me confirm. Maybe he really did have a pet rat that he sang to.
Well, the movie in the American Dream, yeah, he had the rat. Maybe later on he made the song about it. Maybe obviously we knew about the song first, and then the movie detailed why that song was made.
Yeah, it's from the film is called Ben. Yeah, it's from a 1972 movie called Ben. He won the Golden Globe for it. Got nominated for an Academy Award, but lost. Ben was originally written for Donny Osmond. I didn't know that. What was that, Jesse?
Oh, it's awful.
Yeah.
Like it is, they're terrible.
Oh, they're doing it right.
That is terrible. No,
they're doing it right.
Let's just be honest. And I'm respecting them as I'll say it on air.
Here's a trivia question for everybody. Do you know who, without looking it up, I Just Can't Stop Loving You was written for to be a duet. It was Michael Jackson and someone else. Anybody know?
I'm out.
See, they might, you could look this up. You are too young. Do you know what I Just Can't Stop Loving You is?
I just can't stop loving you.
It's a good guess. You're in the right area. It's not Diana Ross. Michael wanted Barbara Streisand to do it. And Barbara Streisand said, I think there's too big of an age difference. No one will buy it. And she also didn't like the song. She didn't think it was a hit. So then they wanted Whitney Houston. And Whitney Houston's label said no because they were worried about her being overexposed at the time. They're like, this is just be too much. People will get sick of her. And so Saida Garrett wound up doing it.
Wow. That might have been.
I'm not mad.
I know you know this story because it was on one of those Michael Jackson docs, but the story about him and Princess Diana
and Dirty Diana. Yeah. Yeah. I was telling someone that story the other day. Yeah, she loved that song. I think that's the Wembley show. I'm not 100% positive, but I think they commercially released that show. I think it's that one because I don't think Dirty Diana was on his set list, and he did it for her at that show.
Right.
Music trivia during the commercial breaks over on twitch.tv/ESPN1320, youtube.com/ESPN1320. If you want to watch the show, of course, listening on the Odyssey app is always a perfect way to catch the program, even if you're in the car, even if you got 1320 AM, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2. You get out of range, you're driving to the Bay Area, whatever it may be, you got us on the Odyssey app, man. We've got you covered. You could play us on your smart speaker. You could say, hey, Alexa, play ESPN 1320. You could probably say, hey, Siri, play ESPN 1320. That was probably a bad idea. 57 devices in my house probably just went off. But you can catch D'Lo and KC wherever you are.
Hey, real quick, because we got a lot of people in today. You know, let's knock it out of the way early. Anyone, Ashton Pittman, I'll retweet it. Ashton Pittman on Twitter. We published a massive timeline on the Mississippi welfare scandal focused on Brett Fabre and the volleyball stadium state officials helped him build with millions in welfare funds. Read the text and review the docs to see how it all went down.
This is your daily reminder that Brett Fabre is a garbage human being and he should be in jail. If you would like to sponsor our daily segment reminding you that Brett Fabre should be in jail, contact Rich Ripley. That's rich.ripley at odyssey.com. Again, that email address. If you want to sponsor your daily reminder that Brett Fabre should be rotting in prison, contact rich.ripley at odyssey.com. Quite honestly, if you want to sponsor anything D'Lo and KC are doing, if you just want to sponsor Kenny Caraway, you could do that. rich.ripley at odyssey.com.
Terminex, give him a call.
If you are a disposer of rats and you'd like to sponsor Kenny Caraway's disposal of rats, contact rich.ripley at odyssey.com. What Aaron Judge did last night was fantastic. It was cool. Felt like the weight was a bit exhaustive. That's obviously not his fault. There was so much pressure on him to get this done. So much talk about records and 62s and home run kings and cleans and all of this stuff. With all due respect to a dude who is going to have a phenomenal offseason, Victor Wembanyama was the show last night.
Wow.
That was amazing television.
Wow.
This will be Jesse said to us during the commercial break, have you guys looked at the Spurs roster? They might not win 15 games this year. Exactly. They might not, and that's exactly what they're aiming for after that performance from 1 and 2 last night.
Yeah, that was nuts to see him in his first game on American soil perform the way he did. That was special. That was absolutely special. And Jesse's right. We're all right here. The Spurs they're doing it right or wrong, however you want to look at it. They're terrible.
Mm-hmm.
They're terrible. They should not. Nobody should lose to the Spurs. Now, I'm not saying they're going to go 0 for 82, but they're that bad. With the league being as stacked as it is, there's no way anybody should lose to the Spurs if they're paying attention.
There are currently 7 players on their roster who don't have profile pictures on ESPN.com. They just have the little shadowy silhouette. That's where that roster is right now. And I'm not mad at them. Like if you want to get into the sweepstakes for Wembanyama and Scoot Henderson, like you have to be really, really bad. Like we see teams, pull the plug in January, post-Christmas, All-Star break, somewhere around there. I do not think that is going to be the case this year. You could make an argument. You could make a fair assumption that Oklahoma City's already done it. That Oklahoma City reckon, Chet? No, Chet's how long? December? January? He's next October. That's when we'll see Chet Holmgren's next October. Oh, 1 more year of this? Oh, we can handle that. Especially with that pot of gold at the end of that rainbow. Oh, we can handle another year of this.
Well, you're 100% right. And to the original team that we were talking about, Spurs probably did it. DeJounte Murray, here. We don't even need players back. Give us some random first-round picks because this ain't going to work, and we pretty much need to just reboot the whole thing. So here's our all-star point guard. He's only like 24, but he's 2 years away from a contract extension. Here, we don't want him. But you know what's crazy, and obviously, Victor Wembanyama is the goose that laid the golden egg in this draft. And Scoot Henderson is amazing in his own right. That there's a little sneaky safety net to this Kings season because obviously we want them to make the playoffs. But one of the things that they did that I don't know if I'm giving them credit for or whatever the case may be, they didn't trade out of this draft.
Mm-hmm.
You can't trade out of this draft. That's why people keep talking about like, oh, you're asking for, James talks about on here. Yeah, I'll give up so-and-so for a first rounder, whatever. Ain't nobody in their right mind giving up a first rounder this year.
Right.
This draft is crazy. Like I said, the top 2, obviously. I'm looking at one of the mock drafts last night. All the lottery picks are incoming freshmen. All of them.
Wow. Wow.
All the lottery picks are incoming freshmen.
That's incredible.
Let me pull it up real quick. There's the first sophomore that you get is Terquavion Smith. He's a point guard, shooting guard at NC State. And then you have another list of like 4 or 5 freshmen. After that, you finally get to a junior. This is no coincidence. You finally get to a junior at 21 with Marcus Bagley. And then there's 3 more freshmen.
Wow.
It's crazy. This draft is nuts. Like you can get talent throughout this entire draft. At least the entire first round.
Man, that's I mean, gosh, we didn't even mention potentially one of the most obvious ones. We mentioned Oklahoma City, San Antonio. Did we mention Utah?
No, we didn't. And Utah is going to be top 5.
That's the thing too. Like you're going to have to be really bad. Like kind of, underperforming. That's not going to do it. Like you're going to have to be bad. Look at what you're competing against. You're competing against the Oklahoma City team that doesn't have their draft pick this year. That's probably willingly going to sit a couple other guys. They've already, I'm certain, have had conversations with guys like Josh Giddey and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Like, we lost Chet. It's going to be tough competition. But you saw what we saw last night, right? Okay, you know what direction we're going, right? Okay, we'll get through that. We'll figure out how to navigate all of this along, throughout the season. But just know there's a rainbow, and you saw the pot of gold last night. The consolation prize for the pot of gold is pretty damn good too. That's a pot of gold. That's its own pot of gold any other year in the NBA draft. It just so happens that Scoot Henderson is coming out the same year that this man. At least in terms of the way he's being evaluated, he's a generational player.
And at least in terms of what my eyes see, he's a generational player. Like he passes the eye test, the number test, all this other stuff. That's insane. What he was able to do last night and what he's able to do.
It was incredible watching him play and watching those two play. Yeah. And the fact that you just said all of the lottery picks are incoming freshmen is wild to me.
It's nuts.
That's amazing.
And it's probably, and like looking at it, it's probably 2 or 3 of the first 25 picks are somebody returning to college, 1 year, 2 years, whatever. Everything else is incoming freshmen. This is probably the most stacked draft I've ever seen in my life, at least potential-wise. I've never seen nothing like this.
Man, and I can't, like, this is, you feel like Utah, San Antonio, probably the 2 worst teams in the league. It feels like San Antonio might have that nod to themselves. Yeah, Utah potentially being a close second. And then I don't think it's not Detroit. I don't think it's
Indiana.
Over Orlando?
Yeah.
Really? Okay. I probably would have gone Orlando or this version of Oklahoma City before I went Indiana.
I think Oklahoma City between Giddey and SGA and Dort, they have a little bit more than Indiana.
I wonder if you're the Pacers, with this news, non-news that the Lakers were really close to doing that deal for, I think it was Miles Turner and Buddy Hield in return for Russell Westbrook and the multiple draft picks. After what you saw last night, if you're Indiana, it's like, Miles Turner's a good ball player. Buddy can function on a team like Indiana. You get Russ back, you probably buy him out, let him go do his thing. You get a draft pick, and you put the absolute worst possible players around Tyrese Halliburton and Benedict Mathurin.
Absolutely. That's the move. That's the move. And now Indiana, I don't want to say they're looking ridiculous because the deal's kind of always there, right? So probably as long as it's there, like you don't have to do nothing right now because you probably won't be good anyway. And you can end up getting maybe what you're looking for in the long run. But like, what's the point of even holding out for this extra first round pick? Like, I'll put it to you like this. You better hope that does not cost you this deal if you're Indiana, because you could have been as bad as you needed to be and gotten the pick that you needed in 2023 without having to worry about, the Lakers 2027 pick. Like, so what? Like, who really cares? Lakers are probably not going to be bad anyway. Now, I know that's draft capital and things of that nature, but if I lose out on that deal or this positioning, because of a 2027 first round pick from the Lakers, I'd be kicking myself if I was the Patriots. Just do it now so you can be terrible. Just do it so you can be terrible.
Yeah. I tried to make this clear so hopefully everyone would understand, but I guess when you've got Dodgers in your name, you miss youtube.com/ESPN 1320.
Only 2 more weeks left in this season.
Dodger Duck says most Kings thing ever would to be in the lottery 16 straight years, then make the playoffs in what would be the best and most deep draft ever. Buddy, unless you think the Kings are winning playoff series, they'll be just outside the lottery. 2, that's why I tried to avoid this conversation by outlining the part. You're going to have to be really, really bad to have a shot at those 2 guys we saw last night.
Right.
Not kind of bad. Not underperforming. This is going to be at the bottom of the standings, at the bottom of each conference. This is going to be a historically awful year. And Adam Silver is going to be asked questions about it beginning in February. His State of the NBA address at the All-Star game, he's going to be asked questions about it. And we're going to do this and we're going to do that. Adam, you're not going to do nothing. You're going to let these teams lose for the biggest prize that they've seen probably since LeBron James was in high school. And you're going to like it.
That's it. And here's the thing, Dodger Duck, when he talks about the most Kings thing ever, like, once again, Dodger Duck, I want you to read what you said there. Then I kind of understand, I kind of get it, but read what you said. They make the playoffs in the most deep draft ever. Say they make the playoffs. Let's just get really crazy and say they win a series. They're picking 18, 19, 20. Read what you said. The most deep draft ever. They could find somebody at 20 that might be the best player on their team. That's how good this draft is projected to be. The goal, obviously, is to be as high as you can be. But the second goal of that is have the pick. Just have a pick in 2023. Don't get rid of it. Because if you have a pick in 2023,
which, by the way, they do. For those who are trying to do the math with the Kevin Huerter deal, it's not next year.
That was the big deal for me with the Kevin Huerter deal, was they did it in 2024. 2023, you keep your pick, and you got an opportunity to get a stud pretty much anywhere within the top 25. That's how good these guys are projected to be right now.
Man.
Grant, I didn't stutter. Best player on the team. That's how deep this draft is right now. Like, that's what it's being projected as. You got guys that are you got guys that played in college that probably should have left last year, because they would have been first round fringe lottery picks last year. They're going in the second round this year. That's how deep this draft is. It's crazy. All these young kids are pushing them out.
It's 15% chance for the top 4, 15% each. 1, 2, 3, and 4, and then the odds fall after that. Is that right? It's 15
for the number 1 pick.
The top, yeah.
I thought it was 25% a piece. I could be wrong, but
no, because wouldn't that mean
the top 4 have the equal amount of chance?
Yeah, they have the equal amount. Yeah, that's 100%. The top or bottom, sorry, the bottom 4 teams have an equal percentage at getting the number 1 slot. That doesn't mean other teams can't move up and be draft number 1. Just those 4 teams each have a 15% chance to be the team drafting at number 1. And again, if you obviously really want to draft at number 1, but you're not upset if you're drafting at number 2. If you're standing on that stage, if you're one of 2 people standing on that stage on the day of the lottery, it's going to be the most watched lottery in NBA history, or maybe up there with the one that Cleveland just happened to win when the kid from Akron was entering the draft. But that's going to be one of the most watched lotteries ever.
Jesse asked the question, is this the most the best prospect since LeBron. He may be, when you're talking about Wembanyama, he may be. The only one that I could think of that's next, AD was after LeBron. AD was pretty hyped. Kevin Durant is up there too, but that's probably the only two. You could say Luka too, because a lot of people thought Luka was what he's turned out to be.
Well, Zion.
Yeah, Zion.
I feel like you're throwing too many names in there, though. Luka, I don't think Luka falls into this category. I think
KD. I'd put KD in there, and Greg Oden.
I still think no. Greg Oden was a good ball player. Don't do that. But I don't think KD had Zion or LeBron level hype. I don't think he had Wembanyama type hype, who's just as big. I think he's bigger. Victor's bigger than Zion right now at this point.
I feel like he's qualified from that conversation if you didn't go first in your draft. I feel like if you did have that LeBron hype, then you go first. Like it's
true.
That's
fair.
Number one. I mean,
that's fair. Zion was that.
It's Zion definitely was that, and LeBron was definitely that. I think Anthony Davis is probably fair.
Yeah.
Anthony Davis had an extraordinary level of hype.
Davis was a no doubt. Like he's going number one. He's going to be a Hall of Famer.
The draft
center with the point guard skills.
The draft itself, Wiggins, Parker, Joel, that was a massively hyped draft. Like the top of the draft. I don't know if I don't think Wiggins was over or even Parker, or even Embiid. I don't know if any one of them individually was anything over the top or anything to the level of Zion or Victor or Bron. But that was supposed to be the draft class.
Yeah. I'm trying to think here. Yeah. But there was still three. And then the other thing that separates it, that Jesse may be right, it may just be Bron. And Zion, I think Zion's in here too, is this started last year.
Yeah.
Like Anthony Davis, from what I remember, started like maybe when he got to Kentucky, or it's like, man, this dude's really nice, or Kentucky's getting the number one player in the country. But it wasn't this. Wemby, that's what I'll call him because it takes so long to say the thing. Victor.
Yama.
Victor, this started like last January or something.
V-Dub and Scoot. Hey, look, Scoot's a bad boy too.
Scoot cold.
Oh man,
Scoot is cold. I haven't seen all those guys that were in the lottery, but I've seen, I don't know, maybe about 8 of them. The 8 that I've seen, these boys are tough. They are tough. I seen that dude, Brandon Miller, going to Alabama. Oh my gosh. Oh my goodness. Yo, these dudes are tough. These boys can go.
I can't wait to see how this season plays out. I can't wait to see, we've obviously mentioned the Oklahoma Cities, Houston, Detroit's, Orlando's, those types of teams. But you don't hope for this stuff to happen, but it always does. That team who gets the debilitating injury, the one that just changes everything. Last year for Portland, it was Dame Lillard. Obviously, no one wants to see Dame Lillard out for a second straight season. Dame Lillard goes down, man. That changes Portland. That could change the futures of Portland. Might get a draft pick right. They might get this right if they move up to the top of the draft. We say this with Dallas. Something goes wrong with Dallas this year, and they get a little luck. Man, that changes that franchise for the next decade.
I'll ask the question. I'll ask a question to you, to Jesse, to the Chatty House, to the city of Sacramento. 916-909-1320.
Big Al, if you're listening.
Would you take a playoff appearance this year? Get in the playoff series, or a pick between 5 and 10?
I take the playoff series.
I would too.
Yeah, I don't even need to think about that. I'll take the playoff series.
Jesse, what you think, man?
Yeah, the Celtics are a finals contender. I could care less about a draft pick.
Well, I'm talking about for the Kings.
Oh, for the Kings? for the Kings, I don't know.
A pick 5 to 10. So you're not getting Wembanyama. Is what he said. You're not getting Scoop. Your pick is between 5 and 10. You get that pick, or you go to the playoffs.
For the sake of their culture, the Kings need the playoffs. Like, you guys desperately need the playoffs.
Make this question difficult. It wasn't difficult. You get to the playoffs, or you get the 1 or 2 pick.
Well, that's not difficult.
That's the question. It's not?
No, I don't think that's difficult. I would take Wim V-Dub. If you say I'm getting V-Dub or Scoot, I'll take another year. And you know how I feel about the streak.
Let's remind you of the ramifications. Monty's not back next year, right?
No.
What's Sabonis at?
He might be traded, maybe.
All right, let's throw this out there. We'll throw the question out there for everybody. You get 1 or 2, or you make the playoffs.
Mm-hmm.
We'll throw that out there. We'll let it linger.
That one's easier than 5 to 10. You get V-Dub or Scoop.
What if it was you had a 50% chance of getting 1 or 2, or 5 through 10?
See, that's probably a little tougher. I'd probably go with the playoffs, because you're not guaranteeing me 1 or 2. If you guarantee me 1 or 2, that's open shut. We're talking about the guy that is. They ain't seen nothing like this since LeBron.
But I'm guaranteeing you make the playoffs. And okay, King's luck that you get the number 1 pick. Wembanyama's got a foot. He winds up missing the next year. Sabonis leaves. De'Aaron Fox demands a trade. It's all bad. We'll come back. We mentioned Zion. He returned last night. A couple of notes from around the NBA. Kings back at practice today. We'll dive into all of that. Plus, our ceiling is the roof performance of the night, brought to you by ACR Solar and Roofing. We got that next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. I gotta run downstairs really quick.
Sure.
Sorry, I'll be right back.
Yeah, man, I'm taking the 1 or 2 pick. Those guys are too good. I agree. I think they're both easy in their own right. The questions, right? Like, if you go 1 to 10, 1 or 2, take the pick easily. 5 to 10, me personally, it's easy. I'm taking the playoffs. I'm taking the playoffs in like the 17th pick. Like, in this particular draft, yeah, I'm good with that. How many the 96 draft is the one that's looked at as the best for me? How many Hall of Famers they have in that? Let me see. They had 4 in that draft, that first rounder, or just draft in general? Because I don't know. Yeah, Steve Nash was a first rounder. Jeez. That draft was crazy. I mean, and that's Hall of Famers, the all-stars that are in there. I don't know if Marcus Camby ever made one. Sharif, Stephon Marbury, Antoine Walker. On the 96 draft? Oh, wow. Peja. There it is. Jermaine O'Neal. Zydrunas Ilgauskas was an all-star. Who they have in the second round? I didn't really have too many second round. I mean, okay, I was about to say, didn't they just do one on NBA TV about 96 draft? Yeah. They got Moochie Norris. I remember him. Ryan Miner. I think he was a football player too. Othella Harrington. None of these second rounders really took off. Drew Barry. Shannon Anderson.
Sorry about that.
No, you get another more shoes, I guess. Huh? You know,
no, it's worse than that. We had something delivered. I was looking at it on the camera. It's gigantic. Like a new sofa is freaking huge. I was looking at it on the camera like, oh my God.
Did you have a memory foam bag? Mattress? Or a memory foam for your mattress, I should say.
No. Like like a topper?
Yeah.
No.
My buddy one time had gotten one, and it was crazy. It came in a box. Like, it was a nice size box, but it wasn't the size.
Oh, and you unpack it and it like airs out. Yeah.
That tripped me out when I seen that.
Mm-hmm.
Had to let it air for like maybe 24 hours or something like that.
I got this comforter thing for the guest room, and it was flat. That thing was like wrapped, and then they did the thing where you suck the air out of it. It was like completely flat. When I cut the bag open, it's like popped up like a Jack in the Box, and like aired out and puffed up.
I was going through the 96 draft, and they got 4 Hall of Famers. I want to say they might have like 15 All-Stars. You could talk about impact players too. I mean, I don't know how you quantify that, but like Jerome Williams was an impact player. Derek Fisher was an impact player.
Can y'all hit the thumbs up while you're here? We appreciate you. We've had some good numbers this week. And that's because you guys are hitting the thumbs up, man. So please do that. I've heard about these. I've heard those are dope. Live on Odyssey app, best way to listen to us, best way to watch us. That's your choice. Twitch.tv/ESPN1320, YouTube.com/ESPN1320. Rumors have it that our video upgrade will be taking place here in the next couple of days. You're going to see it.
Man.
If you, for those that watch us on the TV, boy, you're going to get to see every whisker and blemish and Beijing. You're going to get to see all of that. It's going to be like we're in now. It's not Deuce and Mo style, but it's going to be like we're in the room with you. We're going to start that upgrading process tonight. Friendly reminder. We won't be on the air tomorrow. We're terribly sorry. We will miss tomorrow's show, but we'll be back with a loaded show on Friday. And the video stream is going to be popping on Friday. And rumors have it that we will be broadcasting live from the D-Lo and KC studios on Monday.
Oh boy!
Of course, if things go poorly tomorrow, we will in fact not be broadcasting live from the D-Lo and KC studios, but. There is a strong belief that we'll be in the studio. We'll be in the same room at the same time for the first time in over 500 shows on Monday.
A monumental moment.
And Chiron says, I'll broadcast on Twitch and YouTube for you tomorrow if you want. No, though I think people would be very interested in watching you do some of those comics that you do, but we will probably around 1. We'll be popping in to the Twitch and YouTube stream from the new studio to test some things out. So we're going to need your guys' help, like your real help, not the help where we say, hey, can you guys hear this? And 10 of you say yes, and 10 of you say no. But like, we're really going to need you to help us, because we don't really know what we're walking into tomorrow, and we're going to all figure it out together as we do everything else.
Yeah. And also, confirmed now, want to let the people know, myself and Damien, we will be at the Sac State football game on Saturday night. So
let's go.
If you don't have no plans, pull up to the Sac State football game, see one of the best football teams in the country do what they do. You can see D-Lo and KC as well, man. We're going to be out there, man. Come support, come tap in with us for sure.
And I'd also like to point out there is a burger patch 6 minutes away. Y'all better be prepared for my visit. Y'all need to call in some people, get extra staff. I haven't had burger patch in a long time. That milkshake machine better be up and running because I'm coming to visit y'all immediately following that football game.
I was about to say something. Oh, when was the last time you've been to a Sac State football game?
I'm probably going to tap in with the day before Nebuary.
Really? I went to
in all seriousness, it at least 15 years.
Yeah, I want to say it's been about the same for me. I went to a Causeway Classic game. Here's how long it's been. I know for sure. When did A. Marie come out with
Why Do We Fall in Love?
It was that same year, but we went to the game right before she came out with the second single, talking to me. Because I remember me and my homeboy were like, hey, she's never coming out with another song. Like, she's just going to keep playing that Why Do We Keep Falling in Love forever. And then like a week after that conversation, Talking to Me came out.
Might have been 03 or 04.
Yeah, so that's when last time I've been to a Sac State football.
Yeah, I haven't been there in a while, man. So we're looking forward to being out there this Saturday. If you're going to be out there, please do. I don't know where to. I say stop by. It's not like
I don't know where we're going to be.
There's nowhere to stop by. Like we're going to be there watching the game. I think we're going out on the field to. I actually think we're going to work. I think we're going to do a talk show in the middle of the game. I can't confirm this, but the email certainly read like, yeah, give a quick recap of the game, tell everybody listen to your show, and then get the hell off the field. Like, oh, you want us to go work? Oh, okay. So I guess we're going to go stand at the 50-yard line, break down the game, and then get the hell out of the way. So
hey, man, like I keep saying, though, Coach Taylor, you know, if you want to use me as a graduate, what are they? The
graduate assistant,
grad transfer.
To do what?
I'll be a receiver.
Oh, child, please! You cannot run that fast. Stop it! Don't do this.
Don't fast. I can get open though.
No, you can't.
Like they'll probably like.
No,
once
you can't.
Open, I'm not going to do a Debo and run.
You're not going to get open.
Stop. Don't
Kenny, don't do this. Don't do this. You do this all the time. Stop this.
Don't play me.
You're not getting open against those men out there. Stop it.
Why wouldn't I get open? I can get open.
Because those are football players at a college level.
First of all, they can't even touch me.
You sit on your ass
yards.
for 4 hours.
They can't even touch me after 5 yards. So what do you mean,
Kenny,
can't get open?
You're not getting open.
Stop it. Stop.
This is ridiculous.
Stop.
This is ridiculous.
You're always trying to play me, man. You're trying to play me,
you're 20 years older than those guys out there. Stop it. You are not getting open.
I'm not getting open on one play.
No, you are not.
Stop. What if they're playing zone? What do you mean I can't get open there? What do you mean? What, that sounds crazy. They don't play zone defense in football?
You're not getting open.
Sit down in the zone?
You're not getting open. The best chance you got is a bubble screen.
Yeah, what route?
No, that's even
worse. You can't just run no way you're getting open on a streak.
If they're in a zone, if they're in a cover 3 zone where they're not manning up, and I run a comeback route, I can't be open.
No, stop. You're not getting open. Stop this.
They're not even covering a person; they're covering an area. What are you guys talking about?
You're not. You can't turn fast enough. Your hook isn't like other football players' hooks. Yours is going to be the slow motion turn that is telegraphed from 5 yards out.
In that defense, they're not even covering me. What do you mean? They're still covering an area.
I said what I said. You're still not getting open. Man, you dunked on them kids at that school you used to work at. Now you're trying to get open against college athletes. It's like when Kenny said he's going to be a soccer player.
Defenseman.
Defenseman, indeed.
Defenseman.
We were his name came up a moment ago as we were talking about Victor Wembanyama, Scoot Henderson, LeBron James, guys with a tremendous amount of hype. Headed into their first year in the NBA, Zion Williamson, of course, one of those. He's got a lot of eyes on him because he hasn't played in a long time. He played last night, 13 points in 15 minutes, and I'll be damned if he didn't look like Zion Williamson. He was there in the post. He didn't develop a 3-point shot while he was away. Didn't play outside of himself. Does the things that he's done his entire career, and did it effectively.
He's a bucket, man. He's a bucket. Like, you can't. It's hard to stop him when he's healthy, when he's playing, all this other stuff. It's hard to stop him. That's just what it is. And I think
no Ingram last night, by the way. Just wanted to point that out. Ingram didn't play last night.
That's the one thing we're gonna have to monitor with the Pelicans, because they have the talent. When you talk about Zion, Brandon Ingram, CJ McCollum, Herb Jones, throw him in there. They have talent. The question is, are they going to be able to play together? And not like in a non-selfish way. Like, I think they're all trying to do what's best for the team, but does it fit together is the question. Does it fit? Do their games complement each other? Because the last time we saw Zion and Brandon Ingram, the games didn't really fit each other.
And why was that? Because Ingram can stretch the floor. Like, he doesn't have to play in the post at all.
He doesn't, but that's not his bread and butter, right?
Stretching the floor.
Yeah, like he can shoot the three, and he will shoot the three, but he operates in that mid range a lot, and that's where Zion operates. So they would get in each other's way a little bit on the offensive end, and it would be almost like what we talk about with Tyrese and De'Aaron Fox. It's like, all right, your turn to score. I'm gonna stand over here and do nothing. All right, your turn to score. I'm gonna stand over here and do nothing. Like, it just didn't complement each other when they were out there on the floor. Zion was young. Brandon Ingram was still pretty young himself. So they've had Brandon Ingram's had a whole year by himself to kind of grow as a leader. Zion's watched a little bit, got maybe a little more mature, and maybe they can come back to this thing understanding how to work with each other. And but now they got CJ that they got to, hopefully that works with him too. So that's it. But
CJ's not in the way though. CJ's kind of facilitating that.
That's a shot. That's a shot maker. That's a guy that's got to
sure.
He has to get his 15 to 20 shots a night. And then you've got Valanciunas down there. How's that going to work as well? So that's going to be an issue. But see, and James says it too. Other people say it too. I think they completely forgot who Zion is.
How good he is.
Yeah, they forgot how good he is. And they looked at last year, him sitting out the whole season, when, to be perfectly honest, I think he got held out for the whole season. He got hurt initially. Yeah. I think he could have came back last year. And I think Zion wanted to come back last year. And
so you've been consistent in that. Why do you, because this is a team that did go to the playoffs or play in
playoffs.
They got the Phoenix, right? Okay, calm down. Don't stop it. You're gonna have that man crying in game one by the time the regular season starts.
Right.
You've been consistent in that, and I don't necessarily disagree with you, but is this one of the, a lot of Kings fans will tell you Chris Webber maybe shouldn't have come back because of the way that team was playing. Like, that's not how New Orleans was playing. But they obviously got better. They had established some sort of rhythm. They weren't playing at that extremely high level. They had established some sort of rhythm. You think they kept him out for the good of the team, or like meaning the team on the floor in the moment, like that year?
Here's my guess about why they kept Zion out. They're being extra cautious with his injury, because it was a foot, right? This time was it a foot or the knee?
It was a foot.
I think it was the foot this time. So they're being extremely cautious with that. And also, and one of the reasons that makes me feel like he was ready to go is the random dunk. that he put out in the middle of the season. Zion still don't post nothing. He don't do nothing. But when it came out, they weren't going to let him play. All of a sudden, there's a video of him doing between the legs off the glass or whatever it was. Like his way of saying, I'm fine. Like they're not putting me in. They're not putting me in. This is their decision, not mine. The other reason why I think now this is an interesting aspect of it all. Another reason why I think they kept him out is I don't think he was in game shape. Like he did that dunk. I think he was healthy. I don't think he was in game shape. The way he looked last night and coming into the season, I don't think he looked like that when he felt like he was ready to play last year. And New Orleans was like, we're not messing around with that. Like you take the year off, you get yourself together, you get healthy, and you get in shape, and we'll come back again next year. But just because you can do a dunk doesn't mean we feel like you're in game shape or you've taken good enough care of yourself to be ready to play. I think that has something to do with it as well.
You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM, West Sacramento, KRXQ, HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Olivia Christian coming up, Sara Hodges coming up, Sheena Quick coming up, James Ham coming up. But first, the Sports Center desk.
Now, from the Sacramento Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on ESPN 1320.
It was a big day in basketball yesterday with the top two prospects playing against each other, Scoot Henderson and Victor Wembanyama. Henderson's G League Ignite beat Metropolitan by 12, 122-115, with Henderson going for 28 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists. Wembanyama finished with 37 points and 7 made threes. Probably going to see some world-class thinking from the teams in the bottom of the NBA. For the players already in the league, we had some returns and debuts yesterday. Zion Williamson returned to action for the Pelicans and put up 13 points in 15 minutes for the squad. Zion missed all of the 2021-22 season with a foot injury. As far as debuts go, Jalen Brunson was out there for the Knicks. He had 16 points, and also in that game, Jaden Ivey made his debut for the Pistons, and he finished with 16 points as well. Some NFL news: Denver Broncos quarterback Russell Wilson has been limited in practice this week with a right shoulder injury, but Wilson spoke with reporters and said he expects to be a full goal for the Broncos Thursday night against the Colts. Speaking of the Colts, running back Jonathan Taylor has been ruled out for that game. The last day of the MLB regular season, the Braves last night were able to clinch the NL East over the Mets. The Mets held a 10.5 game lead in June over the Braves, but choked that one away. Yankees right fielder Aaron Judge hit his 62nd home run of the season and now holds the Yankees franchise home run record. For those still keeping up with the Giants, the team has their final game against the Padres today with first pitch coming up. Thanks for listening to the Sports Center update. I'm Jesse Tapia with ESPN 1320, Sacramento Sports Leader.
You know what I just noticed a moment ago is Aaron Judge isn't in the lineup today.
No, I think his season was done yesterday. They took him out in about the third inning. He had an at bat after he hit 62, and they took him out relatively easy. That was a sign to me that his season was done.
Yeah, so the Triple Crown is gone, though.
He's not leading.
He's second. No, he's second right now.
Well, still MVP.
That's fine. Unless I read that alert wrong, he's going to wind up finishing second.
What did you think about the kid who jumped down into the spot in between the fence and the stands? It looked pretty deep. What are you doing? What are you doing? I mean, I know what you're doing. I know why you're doing it, but damn, that looked like a bit of a drop.
Given the fact that these home run balls sell for millions of dollars, if you want to risk it all, fam, go ahead.
The other thing you should do before you do that is make sure it actually goes into that area, because the ball went into the stands.
Yeah, that's don't randomly jump into nothing. That's a bad look. Don't do that. But that's a precedent for these. I mean, the McGuire story is great. Like it got posted recently. I don't remember if it was Darren Ravel, or I'm sure it was Darren Ravel. Someone posted that the guy who caught McGuire's 62 wanted to give it to Mark McGuire. The Cardinals went to him and they wanted to give him a bat and all this other stuff. He was like, yeah, for sure. I would just really like to meet Mark McGuire. and the Cardinals said no. And the belief from those like around the organization was that's the Cardinals' policy. Like, no, you can't meet Mark McGwire. A lot of people think, well, Mark McGwire is a jerk. That was just him being a jerk. Mm-hmm. But like a couple of days later, he sold the ball for like $3 million. So, buddy, you won because meeting Mark McGwire, I'm sure he's a fantastic human being, is not worth $3 million.
Let me ask you.
You won this one, buddy.
And I think I know your answer. Are you catch Aaron Judge 62 or something like that? I'm not saying just hand it back to him, but like, are you doing it for a signed bat and a signed jersey or something like that? You give it to him?
Yeah.
I would I'm not gonna lie, I would ask for something. I wouldn't like in my heart, as we go with negotiating, I wouldn't be like in my heart, if it came down to it, I'd just give him the ball. But I'd ask for them. I'm like, man, season tickets? I'm a big time Yankees fan. Season tickets.
I guess I always look at it like one, it's be perfectly clear. I wouldn't catch it. Let's just be clear about that. Only way I'd get the home run ball is if it bounced or landed very comfortably in front of me. And I grabbed it, and I just happened to be the one to get it. But it's yo, man, it's a piece of that dude's history. It's not mine. I'm giving it back.
Technically, it's not his either.
That's fine. It's marked for his 62nd home run though, or his 63rd or 4th or 5th or 6th or 7th or 8th or whatever. Of course, I could be thinking about the millions of dollars as I'm holding that ball in my hand, but I'm pretty confident I'll just give it back.
No, you could end up being like the guy who caught Tom Brady's ball. Well, oh yeah, I just gave it back. Gave up like $500,000.
Like I guess it just depends on how you look at this.
And
stuff.
It also depends on how you are. Because if you're Damian Barling, what's $500,000 to you? It's nothing. Actually, it's a setback. That's a setback if you're Damian Barling. Us mere mortals, us common folk. No. That's a lot of money to us.
You stop that. Nobody believes you when you do stupid stuff like that. Just like nobody believes you when they say you can get open against a college football team.
Bro, if they're in a zone, I can get open in a zone. You sit down in the zone.
I just feel like it's the right thing to do. Like it's a piece of your history. Here's the ball. What am I going to do with season tickets to the Giants or the Yankees?
Give them to me. What are you talking
Fam,
about?
you're busy. You can't go to 81 baseball games a year.
I can go to some of them,
or however many it is a year. You can't go. You're here.
I can go to some of them.
Weren't you upset about the Giants games this year?
Oh, those Mr. Krabs out there just counting their money, letting Dodger merchandise be sold freely out there. What an embarrassment. And here's another thing. This reminds me real quick. Headlines are crazy, bro. Headlines really are crazy. So I'm not even going to say who it was out of respect. But I saw a couple weeks ago, there was like a tweet and a link to a story. And the story was multiple MLB insiders believe Aaron Judge is going to the Giants. So, I clicked on it. I clicked on the thing, and they're like, yeah, a poll.
And someone stole your identity. Kenny needs to go to the Odyssey training. Don't click on these links.
Well, look, it's even worse. So the story reads, like, let's just say 12 MLB insiders were polled about where they think Aaron Judge is going to go. 7 of them said he's going back to the Yankees. 3 of them said he's going to the Giants. And like 2 of them said, I don't know.
I'd like to point out again for those who are new to the program, when these sites say executives, they could be referring to the guy who gets coffee for Steve Kerr. Please always remember that. That's what an executive is in this. It's the guy who goes and gets coffee. They have an executive title, but their job is to go to Starbucks and get what everybody wants to drink or pizza. or whatever it is.
You're 100% correct. And even worse than that, the majority of them said he was going back to the Yankees. There was more than two, which allowed them to say multiple in the title. And yeah, I was frustrated after reading
If
that.
all money's equal, he's going back to the Yankees, right? Like, because what situation do the Yankees get outbid?
I don't think they get outbid. At least they shouldn't. Although for whatever reason they didn't give him the money now. Like I would have gave him the money before this season. So I don't know what was keeping them from doing that last offseason. Maybe just because they didn't have to, because there was arbitration there. Maybe.
What are the years on this deal for Aaron Judge?
I think he's gonna want 5. He's gonna want 5 or 6.
I'll do that. I'll do 5 or 6 for whatever he wants. I thought we were looking at an Albert Pujols situation where he's 30 and he's signing 10.
Because and that's where I think people got it twisted. He wants like 4 or 5, almost like Lamar Jackson's issue is a little bit. Because I want another $300 or $400 million while I can still play. I'm trying to double up if I'm Aaron Judge. So let me get $4 million in 5 years right now.
And at 30, 35, 36?
He could probably get 135 to 200 when he's 35, 36 with the universal DH.
I feel like on this season, man, you capitalize. You take everything you can get because you just had the ultimate.
If you
had the ultimate contract year.
But look, this is what he's looking at. This is what he's saying. I'm going to get $400 or $500 million regardless. So let me get 400 or 500 in 5 years, and then try and get another one. Why would I get 400 or 500 and sign a 10-year deal?
Well, no, that's the thing. The deal wouldn't be $400 or $500 million. That's what I'm talking about. Breaking it down. We'll talk to Olivia about this. I'm sure Olivia Christian is very excited to talk about Aaron Judge, and we will do that when we return. We're about to hit a real busy part of the show. Don't forget, in the final hour of the show, we're sending you to the home opener for the Sacramento Kings coming up. So we've got you covered here as D'Lo and KC continue on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Oh, dog.
Hey, oh, snap.
Hi.
What's up, man?
Always ripping and running. Good stuff, though.
Made back. Oh, what's going on with you, girl?
How's my sound coming in?
Good.
You're straight. Do we need to put up an over under for Olivia's internet?
No,
Don't jinx me like that. Why do you even have to bring it up?
Not falling out of the picture.
Is that better, Jesse?
I'm always so scared.
Okay. All right. Sorry, just a few adjustments over there.
Jesse, you can't hear me.
Jesse can hear you. You can't hear him.
Hear him. Is PSG? Are they like the Lakers of Champions League? Because they're always on. They're always on, like the games that I could get. The other teams seem to be on like Paramount Plus, but you can always PSG playing.
This is a good question. We might have to tuck this away for later. Who's a dark horse team to tank for a top lottery pick? That's a good one. We'll tuck that away for later. I feel like it's a team that we might not know yet, though. I feel like it's a team that. Man, Luka sprained his ankle. Well, shoot, he's out for the year.
He actually got cleared to go back into this game. What are you talking? No, he's out for the year.
No. Hey, this is better safe than sorry.
It's game 4. What do you mean he's out for the year?
Oh yeah.
It's Jay Solo, by the way. Did you see Jimmy Garoppolo in his average game outplay Matthew Stafford's ass? Since it's Jay Solo always wants to bring up the fact that I said Jimmy Garoppolo was better than Matthew Stafford last playoffs. He brought that up Monday afternoon again, but Matthew Stafford couldn't even get into the end zone on Monday night. What are we talking about now?
Well,
Stafford is more Matthew Stafford is definitely more talented than Jimmy Garoppolo. There's no doubt about that. But I don't look at Stafford the way a lot of people look at Stafford. I said on IG Live
already.
I said on the IG Live the other night in the first half, I said, "Oh, they're hitting him. He gonna give up one. He gonna give you some opportunities because he don't like getting hit." Sure enough, in the second half, he gave up one and almost gave up another one. Fred Warner dropped another pick six. He gonna do that. What do you got? Like 7 interceptions on the year? 7 interceptions?
I think he's up to 6. I think he had 5 going into the game. I think he only threw 1, right? Yeah. So he's at 6. Yeah, it's a lot though. He's getting hit a lot. He's getting touched.
You know what's funny is like
Olivia, ignore this. I made a slight change to this graphic today, and I want to see what it looks like. No, it needs to go over a little bit more.
Myself included, we always be like, "Oh yeah, he don't like getting hit." Who does? Who does like getting hit? Who does like getting smacked around?
You can say that. I mean, he's getting hit a lot.
No, I say that. I was like, yeah, he getting hit. He don't like that. Yeah, okay. Who does? Who's like, yeah, hit me more.
Hit me, baby, one more time. Oh man. So if you recall our COVID conversation, the last tickets that I had an event to in COVID was to see Michelle Obama speak.
Mm-hmm.
They're rescheduling in smaller venues. She's going to San Francisco, but it's not exactly the same as what it was last time.
Mm-hmm.
I didn't invest in it. Today, they announced who the moderators were in each city. In San Francisco on Saturday, because she's in San Francisco 3 times now.
Okay.
Saturday, the original show that I passed on is Tracy Ellis Ross.
It's over. It's over.
Aww.
I was there ending myself this morning when I saw that. Live on Odyssey app, live on Twitch and YouTube as well. Wherever you are, we appreciate you so much for being with us. We try to make ourselves accessible. ESPN 1320, 98.5 FM KRX QHD2, and we welcome in the host of the game last nightcap and the game last night. Still a secret where this podcast is going to pop up.
Yes, we're keeping that under wraps for a little bit longer. I mean, you can go watch my old episodes. I am on YouTube. Don't be disturbed by the fact that a lot of the videos have like 4 views or all of a sudden 2,000 views. It's very random. It was a side hustle, a dream project. I'm so lucky that I got to interview the people that I did get to interview. And it went quite, including Damien. Damien was on the inaugural episode. And then we had.
I don't know what's going on with that. It's a whole nother story. But whatever. It's okay. It's okay.
We'll do it again. You're gonna be on the show, Kenny. And then we went out to In-N-Out Burger afterwards, which always makes any interview better. If you end with burgers, that's the thing. So that's how I paid my crew, basically, In-N-Out Burger and beers and what have you. But as my other life was going on, the show kind of went silent for a bit, and then COVID hit. But it's a dream scenario. Like I especially like being able to have long conversations with folks who are in the sports industry about a lot of different things. So it's coming back where I can do those types of things. I had an interview on Sunday, and so stay tuned for when it's going to air, where it's going to air, all those things. Very exciting. And Jesse's helping.
That's Jesse produces everything.
He's working more than me out here. Jesse everywhere.
Best of Sacramento, Jesse. A fun footnote to our first conversation for the game last night is you came to the Bad Guys studio down south and observed the old show. And what you don't know is before, hey guys, Olivia's coming in game last night. She's going to do a little thing on us. Hey Ken, can you not get dressed in the studio today? We've got company coming. That used to be he'd have it hot because sometimes he'd be coming in hot. right? He'd have his meetings after Good Day Sacramento, and he'd come in and do the show. And the first segment, he'd just be changing clothes like it was a locker room. And
excuse me.
That would have been some good footage. That probably would have increased my views on YouTube had he had gone there.
I thought it would be mildly inappropriate. So, Ken, could you, maybe change clothes before Olivia gets here? And he begrudgingly, like I heard about it, he begrudgingly did it.
I'll tweet some of the photos from that day. Yeah, and it has Jason Ross, and I look miniature. I'm like, ooh, I want that old thing back, that old body. I don't know what's happened, but I had like dark black hair. Damien looks the same, ageless.
No, we need to see this. I just like to see old photos. Like when Damien talks about interviewing Mace, I was like, nah, we need to see that. I need to see this.
Did I post a photo of me interviewing Mace? I have one.
I think you posted it. It was either that or on your stories. I saw it.
Oh yeah, I definitely have one. So bad. Oh, it's all so bad looking back at that early 2000s era. It's tough. Everything is so baggy and like.
I think was it Macho Man where you had the belt buckle? Was that it?
I had a Sean John shirt tucked in with the Sean John belt. Ooh, and the Motorola two-way on the side. And then the phone next to the Motorola.
You was getting it with the two-way fake. You was getting it.
It was the Sean John long sleeve with the Sean John belt and the Sean John jeans. Man.
Rip, head to toe. That's like a time capsule.
That's it's all bad.
I got a bunch of pictures too. I've been there. I know. I look back like, dang. And at least for me, I didn't have a beard back then. Some of them I had like a light little goatee. As I got a little older, it was a little thicker on the chin or whatever. But yeah, I've been there. I know what it is.
You posted one with the round prescriptionless glasses.
Oh yeah, that was high school, Kenny. Yeah.
I think the tank top with the shirt over the top. Like, fire come to life right now. Goodness gracious. We were talking about your boy a minute ago, Aaron Judge, with the ultimate. There's contract seasons, and then there's this. He's going to fall short of the Triple Crown. He obviously hit 62 yesterday, and the bank is open. You're a Yankees fan for whatever reason. Well, is there a situation? Do you see a situation where he's not on the Yankees next year?
Oh man, I think the Yankees, they have to keep him. But first of all, when you said my guy, my man, I thought you were talking about Derek Jeter because that's my guy.
Yeah, that is.
I do have a career year as far as I'm aware of. I know the captain went over really well, but no, I was definitely referring to Aaron Judge. Your other guy?
Yeah, my other guy. He's a Yankee, so all of them are my guys.
Okay.
The Yankees would be a fool. The whole organization would be foolish to not give him all of the things, all of the money, all of the best parking spaces, all of the free cotton candy, him and his family, his future children. Keep
Jeter's old house. Just give it all to him.
Give it all or nothing at all. Remember that song? That was from that era. No, okay.
No, I saw. Did you guys know that My Way came out 25 years ago though? Today.
Oh, I was just a child. Oh my goodness.
Really?
Yeah. 25 years.
It was a good album. It was eclipsed by how great Confessions was, but My Way is really good.
Yeah, well, look, if we're just being honest, he hasn't put out a bad one. I take that back. The last two, the one with
like the last 7.
No, stop. Now you're being a little disrespectful. Raymond versus Raymond wasn't bad. That was probably his last decent album he came out with. Stop, Damien. Stop. Don't do that. Do not do that.
Okay.
Don't do that.
You go to Vegas and he's performing something from Raymond versus Raymond and you're hyped?
He's got at least 2 songs on there. I'll find them. I can't remember the titles right now.
Oh, okay. You made my point right there. You just made my point. You remember the names of the songs on My Way?
Yeah, because it's a better album. That doesn't mean Raymond vs. Raymond is trash.
It's not good.
Stop. Come on, man. Anyways.
I'm staying way out of this.
What song you were just singing, by the way. What song were you just singing?
It was an O-Town song. Remember O-Town? They were like a boy band that was on MTV.
Don't remember any of their songs, though.
That was
That's a 106 in Park exclusive band. Like they never made it off BET. That's
No, I don't think
No.
it was 106 and Park. I think they were
They
TRL. That's why I don't know my songs.
oh, okay. All
It
right.
was kind of like the band, but for white guys. And that was like their one song. They were
my.
from Orlando, so that's why they were called O-Town. And they sang that with their chest. They were, because I want it all, just over and over. So that song has not left my memory. Plus O-Town, it made people, call me O-Town at the time. So.
I like
Okay. I got you. I
like Echo personally. We had a discussion though. We were talking about your guy, Aaron Judge, and trying to figure out what that next contract is going to look like. I said there's a possibility. I guess that's where it is. I'm not guaranteeing it, but there's a possibility you're looking at $400 million. And I think you could possibly talk somebody, whether it's the Yankees, the Giants, the Dodgers, into $400 million over only 5 or 6 years. And that would free him up to get another, maybe it won't be the same, but I think he can play till 40. So that would free him up to get another $250 million on another contract when he's like 36 years old. You think $400 million for 5 years is a little too high?
It might be. But the thing is, it's like I'm thinking the way that you're thinking, that he should have two contracts, like 5 years and then another 5 years versus doing 10 years at $300 or $400 million. Because if Aaron Judge can stay healthy and keep obviously playing like he is, this is a record year. Hopefully he'll, stay near here moving forward. He should cash in. He should bet on himself being able to do even better or staying the same, at least, again, after that 5 years. But of course, betting on yourself that way, it can be a challenge because, Juan Soto, he bet on himself. He hasn't done as well as he did prior doing to the Padres. They're still hanging on to that wild card, but it's a crapshoot, all of it. But I think particularly Aaron Judge should go ahead and look for a deal where he's in for 5 and then in for another 5 or so, around those numbers, because he could really cash in on that.
So real quick, Damian, let me ask. So Damian, and is that how the Yankees possibly get outbid? So if the Yankees are willing to give 400 over 10 and the Giants say, we'll give you 400 over 6, is that how they lose out on their Judge?
Okay, we'll give you 400 over 6.
But they may not be willing to. I'm saying that in the sense of the Yankees aren't willing to do 400.
Well, see, that's the part that I can't. That's the part I'm having trouble envisioning is the Yankees just going, oh, no, we're not going to pay that much. Though I do have the need to ask you both this difficult question, given what we just see. And apparently there's not even a conversation about who the MVP is, despite what that once in a lifetime player in Orange County or wherever the hell they played did this year. Is he that good?
Aaron?
Yeah,
absolutely.
Like you're confident he's that good. 500 million. Are we like we're legitimately talking near 100 million per year?
Mm-hmm.
That's what we're talking about.
Changer.
He's that good.
He's a needle mover and a game changer. Absolutely.
And
we're positive. Like there's no.
He's as good as what they're willing to pay for. That's what contracts are about, right? Like once I've done this, if you're willing to pay $500 million, then that's what I'm worth. That's what I'm worth. However much people are willing to put out there. Now, Showtime, I don't know, between the AL MVP run, he's done incredible things. The team didn't perform. The Yankees went through their drought post the game break. I can't think of it. What's it called? Why am I losing my brain? During halftime for the season. The break, the All-Star break. There we go. They started scaring me.
I do like season halftime though. That's a good one. It's just halftime for the season. That's good stuff.
Let's trademark that. Barbara, can we trademark that? There's no Barbara, but Aaron Judge continued to perform and continued to produce through those struggling months that the Yankees faced, and I think that's what a difference maker is. Like Showtime continued to do that as well. The team didn't live up to, what we saw early in the season. I do think the fact that he plays on both sides of the ball means he should win MVP, but I do think Aaron Judge should be paid. And he should get paid whatever they have in the bank that they can afford to keep him happy and keep him in pinstripes.
Okay.
Yeah, it's gonna be interesting to see. I mean, the Yankees, to a certain degree, they haven't. I guess they did it with Garrett Cole, but they're not like they haven't shown themselves in recent years. Maybe they haven't really had to, but they haven't shown themselves to be the 90s, late 90s, early 2000 Yankees, where they were just throwing money around crazy. It's not, I don't know if that's a shift in the way they do business or what, but they haven't done that much later. When they get these guys, it's usually via trade and they give up these prospects that they have. That's usually how they've acquired a lot of these guys. But maybe they just haven't been faced with those situations as well, like they're going to be faced with this offseason. So we'll see if it's a philosophy change or not.
Well, when they were winning a lot, they were winning with their farm team. They were bringing up guys through the system. And they started, liking that system or winning. And all of a sudden they kind of went away from it. Then they started, plucking people out of Oakland and bringing them over and spending a ton of money to buy them out. And they couldn't buy their way to a championship. Aaron Judge is a different player. And I think when the Yankees concentrate on investing in an individual like him, keeping him around, one thing, it builds confidence with the other players that are there. And it builds some stability. And your fan base is excited. And while the Yankees approach contract negotiations very differently, and something that we learned in The Captain, you might be the biggest thing in New York, but when it comes down to it, it's business. But I think they're also thinking about Aaron Judge as being the business, doing the job, doing the work. And so we have to reward that.
Mike Trout makes $37.1 million per year. He signed a 12-year, $426 million contract. Which leads me to believe we're probably looking at, if they go the short-term route with Aaron Judge, something in the vicinity of, man, you're probably really, really pushing. I mean, can you imagine? You're at 37.1 right now. If you jump to the highest annual salary from 37 to 50,
he'll probably
far-fetched.
50 would give him, that's 400 over 10 years. Or like what's the like
12.
If it was 10 years, yeah. If he went 10 years, but like
I really believe 400 over 5 or 6 is probably pushing a little bit. I think he's going to get 3 to 350 over 5 years. And whatever that annual is, that's what it is. But I think that's where we're going.
Okay. I don't do math without a calculator. What do we determine? 350 over 5? Bro, that's 70 million per. That's almost twice what Mike Trout makes. That doesn't seem realistic to me.
I understand what you're saying, but he's not signing no 10-year deal.
No, I understand that. I'm off the 10-year deal. I'm looking at more of the average annual salary.
I understand why that sounds crazy. I think that's going to be around what happens, even if
that's a market reset for all of Major League Baseball. That's Mike Trout walkout money. Like, I'm sorry, he signed what? Oh, okay, I'm walking out till this is renegotiated.
And to be honest, yeah, he should. And to be honest, him and Bryce Harper shouldn't have signed them deals for that.
Bryce Harper should have. I don't know that. I think these 10, 12-year deals are stupid. I think these are dumb.
They are, but they're actually real. Unlike
they're real.
Like, and that's why I like when the Soto thing came out, where they were trying to talk about he turned down a 12-year 5. Oh, you're damn right he turned down a 12-year deal. He's 23 years old.
Yeah,
give me a 5-6 year deal for a couple $100 million, and let me do this thing again in 5-6 years. That's nuts.
Trevor Bauer, by the way, makes $35 million a year.
That's crazy. Has he played at all?
No. Hey, is he suspended? I don't even know what happened to him.
I think he did get suspended, or maybe he's on the commissioner's list or something like that. Yeah. Hey, real quick though, Damien. Real quick. You tripping? Hey, daddy's home. There goes my baby. Little freak. OMG. Papers.
The hell are you talking about?
Hot toddy. All of that is on Raymond versus Raymond. You're bugging. Raymond versus Raymond. I might have underrated it. You're bugging. Raymond versus Raymond had smashes.
No, it didn't.
Oh my God.
Just because, see, this is the thing with you. You like the song and you think it's a smash. It's not.
Just they were singles. They were singles. When you listen to the Hot 25 of the week, like these were on there consistently.
If they were, they were 25.
They were on there. You had about 5 of them on there.
Apologies for this, Olivia. This
Olivia agrees.
Never stops. No, she doesn't.
I'm not getting in it. I'm not getting in it. I'm just picturing Kenny roller skating to all of these Usher songs.
That's
I'm roller skating to the new joint with him and the City Girls. That is absolutely a roller skating song. Good loving. Mm-hmm.
I agree.
How do you appreciate 62? Like as a Yankee fan, as a diehard baseball fan, what does 62 for Aaron Judge mean?
I think it's incredible. I think it's an incredible AL record breaker. I think Garrett Cole, they both enjoy breaking Yankees records. They did great stuff for the AL, but we know who the home run king is. So it's great for Aaron. It's great for his family. Great for the Yankees. Great for baseball. But there is an actual champion. And I pay homage to him. I'm not pretending like he didn't exist or that era didn't exist and wasn't different. Yeah, but still let the record show that Barry Bonds is the all-time home run king.
And you know what? The thing about it is, like, and our guy Monte Hill said it last night. I know Damien's talked about it. I've talked about it on here. There is absolutely room to celebrate what Aaron Judge has done without crapping on Barry Bonds or even bringing up the all-time home run record. And that's the thing that kind of frustrates me. Like, just celebrate the historic season that he had. We don't have to talk about, he did it clean and this and that and real home run. He had a great season. And just talk about the great season he had. And if you want to put some type of record on it, you can say, yeah, he has the most home runs in the history of American League Baseball. Cool. Like, that's great in itself. But too many times the Roger Maris Juniors and other reporters want to find a way to crap all over Barry Bonds. And remind you, it's always almost exclusively Bonds. It ain't never McGuire or nobody like that. It's exclusively Barry Bonds. And take away, in my opinion, the attention from what Aaron Judge was able to do this year. It's unnecessary.
That's what I think is the biggest issue for me is you're taking away from Aaron Judge's moment by constantly bringing up what happened years and years ago, a decade ago. And as a fan, I'm not the type of sports fan that is constantly comparing players from different eras. Who was better, Michael Jordan or LeBron? They're just playing in different eras. Who was a better football? Who was a better quarterback? Was it? You have to judge them by what was happening in the game, who they're playing against, and the type of game that was happening at that time. Aaron Judge is playing in a different era. Pitching is different. Hitting is different. So, let's just enjoy this record. But constantly bringing, Roger Maris, yeah, your dad did an amazing thing 50 years ago. As his son, yeah, you've got some thoughts and opinions on it. And he had some thoughts and opinions that he already shared because he was invited to those games and quoted to say this and that. And okay, thank you for that. Goodbye now. As people in the media, I don't think they need to keep going back to him, going back to his Twitter feed and reading it. It's us, folks in sports media, who keep bringing these people into the conversation and kind of dampering the celebration that I think Aaron Judge deserves. So like I said, I don't like to compare eras. I don't like to compare people and players from different eras and what was going on in the game at the time. But let's just give him the respect he deserves. It's a hard thing to do, to hit 62 home runs and to hit the last 3 with all eyes on you. So I think the Yankees are excited. Their fans are excited. The whole league is excited. And let's just enjoy this while baseball is being talked about for a couple more weeks now.
What's great about perhaps the best part about Aaron Judge hitting 62 is now the AL record and the Yankees record is Aaron Judge, which means we never, ever, 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 ever have to hear from Roger Maris Jr. again. I'd argue we never needed to, but if you wanted, that's baseball's whole identity is based on history. You want to keep the history alive? That's great. Roger Maris is now a very, he's not a part of the conversation anymore. He never, ever needs to be brought up again. Roger Maris Jr. never needs to be referenced again. Roger Maris's record isn't the record anymore. They're done. Thank you for your contributions. Goodbye now. Now you can interview Aaron Judge, his mom or dad, or Aaron Judge or somebody else. but you never have to go back to Roger Maris Jr. again.
And I think Aaron Judge is handling all the press and all the eyes on him very well. He doesn't get into the mush. He doesn't start talking about, well, actually, I'm clean and they weren't. And he doesn't focus on that stuff. He focuses on his teammates. He focuses on the game.
He knows better than that.
Yeah, he knows better to get into that. But I feel like they're trying to get him to comment on it. But yeah, he knows better. And I'm glad that he's sticking to his guns and just focusing on the game.
Mm-hmm. I agree.
Lamar Jackson's watching. He got a contract year 2, though. He's different. He I don't think he's going to have any control over what happens.
He's not.
The Ravens are ultimately, I think they're just going to franchise him. They're not. Nothing's going to change with Lamar Jackson until he threatens to walk away, or actually does walk away, because he's not going to get the Aaron Judge. It worked. He can get the payoff. Lamar is not going to get the payoff. That's just not how football works.
Yep.
What I do like about Lamar, Juan Soto, Aaron, all of those players who are betting on themselves, even when it doesn't work out, I feel like that's better than not knowing, having not bet on yourself. As an athlete, professional athlete, you've always had to bet on yourself. You had to put yourself out, work harder, show up when it's cold outside in the snow or it's hot, and you're finding a gym, you're finding a place to play, because you're betting on your future, your ability to produce, to change the game, to make a mark. And of course, from my perspective, of course, I want them to win. I want them all to have the best year ever, to walk away with giant contracts. But regardless of whether or not it works out, I hope that they feel good about betting on themselves, because it's worked thus far. And you can't, there's certain things you can't control. You're only 1 of 11 on the field. You're only 1 of 9 on the grass. So all you can do is the best you can do. But letting people talk you out of betting on yourself, I mean, you want to have some good counsel, but I'm just pro investing in yourself, betting on yourself, and letting the chips lie where they may.
Olivia Christian, the game last night cap available across her social media platforms, with the game last night returning very, very soon, allegedly. Rumors have it.
It's happening.
Rumors.
I've heard a rumor that an episode with a pretty prominent name has already been recorded. That's just what I heard. Those are things that I hear. I heard Sara Hodges was at the 49ers game. Lord knows she's out here lying on me about the Las Vegas Raiders. We'll talk to her when she joins us next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I'm going to go take an MLB halftime break. We didn't get to talk about it. What did you think of the Malika Andrews stuff? So I have an evolution of thought on what happened. So initially, when news broke out of the Celtics, their whole what's going on with the coach, they first were saying that he had a consensual relationship with someone, and that's against the rules. And so a lot of people were like, well, if it's consensual, why aren't you releasing the woman's name? Why isn't she being called out? Is she being fired for a year? Is she being suspended? Those were the initial thoughts that were going through my head. So I didn't understand, and I didn't mind people wondering why she wasn't being named. Now, when Malika called into Stephen A's show, the way she approached that conversation, I was kind of like, I don't know. That's not the right. Telling him on his own show to stop it. I didn't think that was a great approach. But the backlash she got on social media, I did not think she deserved, because she cleaned it up in the conversation. Said, I'm sorry, that's not, I didn't know that's what you were saying. I thought you were trying to say something else. So it should have been dead by then. But the folks on Twitter went all in, telling and it evolved weeks after weeks. She kept trending. I'm like, what is going on? Is she saying more crazy stuff? Like, no, they're just still talking about her hating Black men and, being all about this Me Too stuff. And I think it's ridiculous, the amount of hate that she got. And I think people need to be reminded of who she replaced. And some folks on Twitter are like, we need Rachel Nichols back. I'm like, Rachel Nichols told you who she was and what she thought of you. Malika Andrews is a young Black woman who had thoughts on this issue, said her piece. And now you want to go back to a woman who doesn't respect your Black Lives Matter because you were mad? It's insane.
Let me ask you a question about Rachel. Did you see Rachel Nichols' interview or episode on All the Smoke?
No, I didn't.
Yeah, I don't know. When she explained her side of what happened with Maria Taylor, and I've just heard other things about Rachel Nichols that I don't know. I don't feel comfortable with her. But when she explained her side of what happened, I understand it. I do understand it.
I
understand
understood
what
it
she was
too,
saying.
because she was talking about, if there are so many seats at the table for women,
Mhm.
she represents a particular demographic. Get Maria another thing. It's in my contract to host the show. But what irked me was when she's talking to Adam Mendelson, LeBron's dude, very casually, both of them talking about how they're so exhausted by
Mm.
Black Lives Matter. And that's how you
Right.
know
That's what I'm
people.
saying.
What they say
Right.
about you when you're not in the room, when they feel
Right.
comfortable. She felt comfortable enough to say that. And for him to say that,
No.
there's a certain, you can only imagine the other kind of conversations they're having about Black folks. And that's what my issue was. And the fact that LeBron never really said anything about that. He's his PR guy, I think. Like, did LeBron have any questions about that? They're so exhausted to be talking about Me Too and Black Lives Matter. Well, what do you think about the women and the African Americans who are dying in the streets?
Mm-hmm.
We're exhausted too. You guys are just exhausted talking about it.
But
We're
it was
living
a
it.
microcosm of like the whole thing. Like, oh yeah, sorry, white lady. Sorry you're tired of this.
Right. That's one of the reasons why I still I'm not really crazy about Al Michaels. At this point, Al Michaels said some slick stuff too.
Mhm.
When the cap stuff was going on and all this other, like, all right, okay.
Oh yeah. Especially when the cap stuff was happening. Every now and then you would hear, I'm just proud to be an American. I don't understand. We gave you the right to be able to play this game.
Mm-hmm.
And Tony Dungy, what a complete disappointment.
Oh,
my God.
He's
Breaks
done
my heart.
before, yeah.
yeah, that's upsetting.
It's the worst.
Well, great stuff. Always wonderful. We should be back on schedule. We might look a little different next week. We should be back on schedule next week.
We can literally say one of these days you can come into the studio, do it live.
The very first time I was on the show was October 15th last year, which is next week. So if you want to throw me an anniversary party, I accept gift cards to Target and Zara, Ralph's grocery store, which doesn't exist.
All right, we're coming back. Thanks, O. Live on Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, live on Twitter. We're just live for you, baby. We appreciate you being here. Appreciate Olivia Christian as always. Make sure that you're following her across social platforms. You can check out the game last night, Cap. It's just a quick little, usually Instagram reel link segment, about 90 seconds or so of some different things going on in sports. And of course, you can catch this young lady all over CBS 13 lying on my name, telling things that aren't true, posting 4-second clips, just clickbait on clickbait on clickbait. She is the president of Raider Nation, and she's not writing back. CBS 13.
No. I'm telling you, Damon,
we ain't right back.
You got to watch out for the media, man. The media is always going to twist up, the things you say. It's the media.
Man. Didn't even let the clip play 10 more seconds for my response. Just a quick you were so proud of that bar. I could see it in your face when you said it. You were so proud of. You wrote us off, but we didn't write back. I was like, hang on, put the video off right there, put it out there on social media.
What he really said, he's like, oh, really? You're going to be so excited about winning one game? You should be ashamed of yourself for being excited about winning one game, okay? But that was the win that we needed, okay? I'm proud of that win. I don't care what you have to say.
With
As you should be.
Coming up in prime time, by the way.
Yep, jeez.
Yeah, but look.
We have to have a whole new game plan for those boys. I'll tell you that right now.
Sarah,
not going to be able to run the ball like we did last week.
I talked about it last week, and I'm just being serious. Like you mentioned, you needed to get the one against the Broncos. 0-3, that didn't end anything. That didn't end the season. It made things a little harder. It made the margin for error really small, but it didn't end anything. All right, the Raiders still have an opportunity to achieve their goals, which is get into the playoffs. They have the talent. They have a talented enough squad. They just got to put some things together, man. Dot some I's, cross some T's, and they got an opportunity.
Agreed. We're getting closer. I mean, I'm hoping that victory kind of gives everybody, that juice feeling that they need, you know what it's like when you guys come off a really good show or anything, just carrying that momentum into the next show. I mean, it's everything. And you have to learn how to win. Let's be real. That was the first complete game that we've played, which is what we've been missing all season long. Like, yeah, we had great sparks. I mean, there was times where the defense played well and there was times when they didn't. And there's times where the offense played really, really great and times where they didn't, but we finally were able to put it all together.
You know, I think I may have figured out the Raiders' key to beating the Chiefs. If you could get Nathaniel Hackett to call plays, Patrick Mahomes, I think Davis got this one. If you could just take Nathaniel Hackett with you everywhere and have him call plays for the opposing offense, this could be a Super Bowl season for the Raiders.
The disrespect.
That's how you feel.
Wow.
He's not doing himself any favors at all. By the way, we got sound from Mike Brown, KZ Akpala, and Keegan Murray coming up here in just a couple of minutes from James Ham. You were actually, as much as we're talking about the Raiders, you spent Monday night in Santa Clara watching the San Francisco 49ers. What? It's such a bizarre thing. Obviously, everybody knows what happened in the NFC Championship, but in the regular season, it just the Rams can't beat the 49ers.
They just can't. And I saw McVay leaving. I was going through to do my shot out on the field, and he was walking by, and I didn't recognize what player because he had the hoodie over his head, but he was just like loving on his coach, and he was just like, it was just, I was like, it hurts that bad. Like, he was so hurt, and like that affects him. Just like the way Shanny is just dominating him is just hurts his soul.
Yeah. And let's just be honest. You know, I can do this and look, good for them because they got it in the most opportune time and probably the most important time. But Rams got lucky in that fourth quarter NFC Championship game. Damien, we said it the day after. Sean McVay looked like he's seen a ghost in that whole fourth quarter. He was not confident. He was scared walking up and down the sidelines, and he wasn't even sure that they were going to be able to pull it off. They got lucky when it mattered most, but I don't know what it is. I really don't, because I do respect the high-end talent that the Rams have on that team. Aaron Donald, Jalen Ramsey, Matthew Stafford is a good quarterback. Obviously, Cooper Kupp is who he is. I don't understand, and Sean McVay's a good coach. Right. I don't understand how they just have no answers for the 49ers. This is going on like 4 years where they just get shut down every time they play the Niners. It's bizarre.
I mean, that has to be a credit to Shanny, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it has to be. They know each other's styles so well. Like, he's out coaching him.
It's got to be demoralizing. There's just one coach out there that you just can't beat, and you have to see this guy twice every year. Every year you have to see this guy. And
the relationship they've had in the past, just like, it's just, yeah, it hurts. It hurts. When I saw him, he was just like, I mean, this was just at least 45 minutes after the game went final. Like, there had been time. This wasn't just him walking off the field. Like, this is after they took a shower. They were walking back to the team bus. He was still in his feelings.
Well, in his defense, and I'm not defending Trump. He may very well have been moping or whatever about Kyle Shanahan. The low key part to this, and Kenny and I, we talked about this leading into the game, Sarah, and I think we talked about this last week with you also. The Rams aren't playing well.
They're not.
And I think part of that, like, the sample size each week that you don't play well, win or lose, and the Rams have won games where they haven't played well in it. The sample size grows where it's like, man, we're 4 weeks into this season. We're Super Bowl champions. We're 4 weeks into the season, and we're not playing good football.
And here's the thing. Stafford didn't have an issue leading his team downfield. I mean, he did it. They just couldn't come up with the plays they needed the most when it mattered the most in the red zone. That's when the 49ers defense stepped up. I mean, you can look at it either way, but for the 49ers point of view, it's like they made huge stops when they mattered the most. And that's just pretty much was the storyline of that game. It wasn't like they didn't have the ball and have good time of possession, or they didn't, make it downfield. They did.
Yeah.
And you have to think too, like the 49ers just stepped up offensively, no turnovers, which was huge for them, especially compared to the week that they had prior. And I will say this about Jimmy G, like just his gift of forgetting. He just forgets. Like that dude does not care. He doesn't care if he threw a pick 2 seconds ago. Like he forgets about it. And that's so important.
Yeah. And he had a solid game. And Sarah, I'll ask you a question about this 49ers team, because this seems to be the formula that the way Kyle Shanahan coaches that it looks like he's going to go with. They look like they're going to rely on this defense that may be the best in football. And they're going to ask Jimmy pretty much not to turn the ball over and give the defense a short field. And they'll put up enough points to win most of these games. Do you think that's a sound decision? Or at some point, do you believe Jimmy's going to have to win a game or two for this team to get to another level? I mean, they did it last year and they got to the NFC Championship game, but they weren't able to get to another level because Jimmy couldn't make any plays in the fourth quarter.
No, Jimmy's definitely going to have to make plays. I mean, come on. Like, I think I see what you're saying, and it's a good point, and I guess a decent strategy, but like you have to be well-rounded on both sides to make it to the Super Bowl, to win a Super Bowl, right? Mm-hmm. Like, I mean, Jimmy's going to have to not turn the ball over, but he's going to have to make big plays, but he has all of the weapons to do so. Jimmy really, I mean, he's lucky. He doesn't have to be the best quarterback. I was thinking like, geez, even if y'all had like Derek Carr, y'all would be going to the Super Bowl, winning the Super Bowl. Like,
it's literally the Spider-Man meme. Derek Carr and Jimmy Garoppolo pointing at each other.
He's way better than Jimmy Garoppolo. Don't do that.
Wow, that's a little disrespectful to Jimmy. Way better.
I mean, I'm not trying to be disrespectful to Jimmy or any of the 49ers fans, okay? But like,
they're in the same case. You don't even like Derek Carr.
I do like Derek Carr. I just listen. I don't like to lose, and I don't like when my team loses. So yeah, like if he's a part of that, then I'm going to be cursing him out. But I do like him.
Derek is more talented than Jimmy for sure. Understanding the position of quarterback. This is kind of how I feel about Matthew Stafford. Matthew Stafford's more talented than Jimmy. He can throw the ball harder and farther, all this other stuff. He's more talented. But when Jimmy's at his best, he understands how to manage an offense. Like Jimmy would never throw the ball 19 times to Cooper Kupp and 0 to anybody else. Like he understands that's problematic. You know what I mean? Just like we talked about Derek Carr at the beginning of the season. What was it? 17 targets for Devontae Adams and nobody else. Like Jimmy understands like that. You can't do that. You know what I mean? He just doesn't always have the talent to get the ball there. That's the issue.
I mean, yeah, it's not. I mean, here's the thing. It's probably super easy to game plan against Jimmy. Mm-hmm. He's not throwing downfield. Mm-hmm. But then when you have guys like Debo who can turn a little bit of something into a lot of something, he has all the weapons he needs around him. The weapons around him make a mediocre quarterback a decent quarterback.
He's not throwing it downfield. Apparently, he's not throwing it to George Kittle either.
And you know what, man, that play that, he was obviously out. That was not a touchdown, but, we can all just say that touchdown play. Yeah. I mean, that was a good pass.
That's an incredible pass. Best pass of the game.
Yeah.
I wish that George Kittle, was in bounds on that play, but I mean, that wasn't a bad pass. And just to bounce back the way that Jimmy did. And honestly, I know that he has the capability of doing that. I think that we all do. Like Jimmy is hot and cold. That's just the reality of the type of quarterback he is. And we're going to see more of that this season.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. I agree.
You're listening to Dilo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento, 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento. The Real 98 Rock, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge. Always live on the free Odyssey app at Sarah Talk Sports. Sara Hodges is CBS 13 with us here. Did you get a chance to catch up on Kings Lakers after your eventful evening in Santa Clara?
On the way home, I read some stuff and I watched a couple of plays. And the most exciting player in general, I think we can all agree, is Keegan Murray. Like that dude just looks like a whole vet out there. Like the lob breakup and then like going back and then just hitting that three. Like I'm just a basketball fan in general. So like I'm a Lakers fan, obviously, but like I'm a basketball fan first. And like when I see something like that, even if it's against my team, I'm like, okay, especially from a rookie, like, come on.
I don't know though, Damien. What did Sarah just say? Did she say okay? What did she?
Lake Show?
Yeah, that's just what it sounded like to me. And Sarah, say okay, Lake Show, real quick, so we can get my drop off.
Do it. Don't do it. He's going to cut this sound, and he's going to. Don't do it, Sarah. If you know what's good for you, you won't do it.
I'm not going to do it because I'm a Lakers fan, and I already know you're going to embarrass. Don't do that to me.
He was going to set you
Don't try
up.
to pin me against my team.
Okay, Lake Show.
He wanted that drop replaced. It's never going to happen. It's going to live forever.
But you know what, Sarah? I agree with you, man. Keegan is a joy to watch, and he does look like a vet out there. He does look like somebody that just understands the game at a level that you don't seem to see most rookies understanding it at. And man, if they can get, he had 16 the other night. I know some of that came against second stringers or whatever, but if he's averaging 14, 15, 16 points a night this year, which I don't think is out of the realm of possibility, this team, they could be a real problem if
that's
he
what you're
steps up.
excited about. If you're a Kings fan, that's what you're excited about. Yeah, you're excited about what Fox is going to do this season. You're excited about the pick and roll between, him and Demonis, but like you're excited about Keegan. Just from what I saw, we know what we saw during the summer, but it's summer. So you're like, okay, it's summer league, but then, yeah, it's preseason, sure. But that's going to carry into the regular season. Like that's just the type of ball player he is. That's not going to just disappear.
Mm-hmm.
He's going to play like that.
Mm-hmm.
That's exciting. That's a reason to go to a Kings game.
You hit the nail on the head, and this is going around a lot. Like he looks like a veteran. It's really wild. He just looks like someone who has been in the league and is fully comfortable with professional basketball and professional basketball players, and he can handle his own on a night.
Okay, Monty. Okay, Monty. We see you. We see you doing your thing. I know a lot of people, had questions about that pick, but he obviously did his homework.
I agree with you about wanting to see Keegan. What else do you want to see from this Kings team this season, or maybe just in the preseason? Is there something that maybe Fox can show you in the preseason that would get you hyped for the regular season, Sabonis, or is it just the only thing that matters is the regular season for these guys?
No, yeah, regular season, but just in general from this team, you want to see them not completely lose focus in a whole quarter of a game. You don't want to see them, that's the problem with the Kings. Some quarters, they just don't show up. You want to see them, much like my Raiders, just play a complete game. You don't really see that out of the Kings. They'll play good quarters, and then you'll be, all excited going into the second half. And then the third quarter, it's like, wait, what just happened? Did they stay in the locker room? Did they not come back out? I would like to see that. And then, I'd mentioned just that pick and roll between, Sabonis and De'Aaron. I'm a little bit old school. Like, I'm older, like, even though I have decent genes, but like just, you want to see them come together. You want to see the defense, obviously, from the hire of Mike Brown. You want to see the defense step up, right? You're excited about that. You're excited to see, what he's able to implement and see if these guys are able to actually attack and see if that chemistry is there. And you're excited to see all of the weapons. This is as deep as they've been in good knows how long, well before I've been here. And you're excited to see those players come together and see what they can put together.
Yeah.
This is all so new.
Yeah.
Competent basketball. It's a new thing here in Sacramento, but it's off to a good start. Tremendous sports content over on CBS 13, though, is very, very regular. Sara Hodges, thank you for being with us.
And I just want to tell Sarah, she's worried about, the Raiders playing a full game or whatever. Some of it is because, they just got to get in the weight room a little bit, work on their stamina, work on their strength a little bit. And the good news for them is they're going to have a state-of-the-art weight room after their game on Monday when that check clears that Kansas City is giving them, because
literally are
I heard it's 500K. I said 400. I heard it's 500K. They're paying him to come to Kansas City.
Stop.
You're laughing at your own joke that you told 4 days ago. I'm sorry, sir.
I got the price wrong. I said 400. It's 500. They're giving the so they can get that state of the art facility.
Why are you trying to do that to us?
Don't pay this man no mind. Sarah, we appreciate you as always.
I appreciate y'all so much. Thanks for having me on. It was
Take care, Sarah.
Weekend. Sarah Hodges, CBS 13. What is wrong with you?
Just say that. I got the price wrong. I got the price wrong.
You need help. You need a role model.
Raiders might win on Monday, man. Like, in all seriousness, the Raiders, I know what we feel about the Chiefs and all this other stuff. The Raiders have the talent to match up. They got the firepower on offense to match up with the Chiefs.
Yeah, that defense, though, the defense doesn't.
Yeah, it scares you a little bit. But if you have to get in a shootout with the Chiefs, you want to have the firepower. I think they got the firepower to match up with it. Would I bet that they're going to beat the Chiefs? No, but I think they got in all seriousness, I joke a lot. I think they have a shot. Everything will have to go right, but I think they got a shot.
Oh, man, it's tough for me. I mean, we saw the Chiefs lose 2 weeks ago, so them losing to the Las Vegas Raiders isn't, inconceivable. But the Sacramento Kings got firepower with Keegan Murray playing at the 3. We've got some sound from ESPN 1320 Kings insider James Ham. By the way, will be with us in an hour. We'll also be giving away tickets to see the Sacramento Kings opening night in the 3 o'clock hour of the show. So make sure that you're with us. Here's Mike Brown on Keegan Murray.
You're seeing Keegan at the 3 actually quite a bit. How much in practice, what percentage of his reps are at the 3 versus the 4?
So really our 2, 3, and 4 are all the same. For sure. It's more about, can we match up defensively? Like Keegan, in my opinion, can probably play the 2, 3, or 4. So his versatility on both sides of the ball is a lot of fun to see, especially with how poised he is for a young guy.
Is he more effective defensively at 1 or 2 of those spots?
I haven't figured that out yet, but in summer league he guarded some 2s. Obviously he's guarded 3s and 4s, so we'll see as we go along.
Does your strategy, the way you approach maybe Sunday's preseason game, differ from the one that you just came through in terms of just similar manpower?
Oh, you mean coming this Sunday?
Yeah,
it's going to be different. Yeah, we won't play all 20 this Sunday. At most, we'll play 15, maybe anywhere from 13 to 15 guys.
Well, you talk
Our starters will probably play into the second half.
Calm down, James.
You talk about poise with Keegan. Is it surprising to you that he just looks so comfortable at every level that he steps on the court?
Yes, because I think I'm more nervous for him than he is. But he doesn't show it at all if he is.
Man, that's a good little soundbite from head coach Mike Brown. I'm actually gonna have to cross off some of my conversation talking points with James, because I was wondering if heading into Sunday's game, if you think we'd see 20 guys again. All 20 guys played, which I do think is a bit unusual, by the way, especially if you watch games over the last a couple of nights. I mean, a whole list of guys didn't play. Pretty much everyone except Anthony Edwards didn't play for Minnesota. Talked about Brandon Ingram and a couple of other guys not playing for New Orleans. But that's a pretty steep drop off from 20 to 15. I can guess a couple of the guys who might be out of the rotation there. But Mike Brown tightening things up headed into this weekend's preseason game.
Yeah, and I feel like maybe that's a situation where he's going to do that gradually as the preseason goes along. 20, 15 to 12, and then maybe the last one you're looking at 10 or something like that. That's and getting these guys ready for the rotation of a season game, maybe. So that may be where he's at.
Let's get some more sound from ESPN 1320 Kings insider James Ham here at practice today. Keegan Murray.
Passing skills are underrated. You might be able to have a little bit more than what you were able to show at the college level.
Yeah, I think that's something I've been working on, just being able to distribute the ball in different ways, playing off pick and rolls, things like that is something that I really didn't do in college. In college, I was kind of give myself a basket and things like that, catch and shoot. So that's kind of been a big point of emphasis for me in the offseason.
And you've been playing a lot of 3.
you hit Holmes with.
Yeah.
Those guys communicated that to perfection. Was that something that you guys had talked about? If you rolling, into the basket like that, you
that's just kind of a read in our offense. Just drive and kick, look at the big man. For Rashawn, he was wide open for the lob, and both the guys put on me. So it was really just a read. Our offense is based off a lot of reads and things like that. So that was one of them.
We've seen you at the 3 quite a bit. What would you estimate your reps in practice have been with the 3 versus the 4?
It's been a little bit of both. Just depends on the day. They're just putting me in different spots, seeing what I'm good at, what I need work in. So I feel like I'm getting reps at both spots pretty evenly. So for me, it's just going out and just trying to figure it out.
Keegan Murray unfazed by everything.
Everything.
Everybody heard it. That's the best part. Everybody heard it. Oh man. Keegan Murray.
It really is amazing though on Keegan, like how just like you said, unfazed, been here before. Like he gets out, he's just gonna hoop, he's gonna ball.
He's an adult. Like that's a grown ass man right there. Ain't no growing pains. But this kid, he probably thinking about mortgage rates and 401k. Like he's got all that stuff at the top of mind. Like I bet you think Keegan has bought one thing with his first paycheck of of substance. Like
no, he seems real chill, real simple with everything. His house, appliances, all this other stuff.
He wears King's gear every day. All day. That's what they gave him. So that's what he's wearing.
Which reminds me, I need a new TV. That sucks.
What?
Yeah, my TV went out last night.
Well, which one?
The
what
TV
what
in the
floor
living
and what
room.
pink?
In the living room.
Ooh.
It was your boys, Samsung.
Don't say it like that. Ain't nothing ever went wrong with my Samsung TV. Maybe if you stop putting pickleball on there all the time and leaving it on all hours of the night, maybe it would keep working. Maybe Samsung is just like this.
They need to be able to handle that. The other TVs don't give me that problem.
I love that you can walk into a store. Oh, hey, this is this new 8K TV. Cool. What the hell am I going to do with an 8K TV? You tell, like, what am I going to do? Who broadcasts an 8K? Who the hell broadcasts in 4K? These streaming services, $20 a month extra for 4K. What am I going to watch? The Nature Channel? I can watch that on YouTube.
The only thing in 8K is Avatar. That's it.
Is that the blue people?
Yeah.
I've never seen it.
It's okay. It's cool. It's back out. Like they brought it back out.
What I heard. Yeah, never seen it. We'll come back. We're going to talk more Kings basketball. We're going to give away Kings tickets. Sheena Quick's going to join us. She covers the Carolina Panthers. We'll talk some football here when D'Lo and Casey return on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. Clear. I'm going to step out real quick.
Jesse got to do.
He's doing it right now.
Okay. Do I have to wait or not do anything? Or
no, you're good.
Okay. Let's see. Hold on. I want to get something straight before I get to that. Okay. Oh, nope. Give me a second, everybody. 13th round is coming. Give me a second. All right. 13th round with your main man, Kenny Caraway. Shout out to my people over at Meister Watches. Big ups to the whole crew over there. Shout out to my man, Donnie Dope Ones for the culture gear. You know what it is. Shout out to my people over at Jordan Brand as well. Always doing what they do. And more bad news in the world of boxing. There was a fight that I was mildly looking forward to. I was going to watch it. It wasn't nothing crazy. But Conor Benn versus Chris Eubanks Jr. looks like it may be off after Conor Benn failed a drug test. It came out this week or this morning. I don't know when it happened, but he failed a drug test. Fight is in limbo. Even if it does go on, it's still just scarred and tainted after this failed drug test. And we're losing fights left and right. Now, one of the positives that we did get this morning was Errol Spence tweeting out, quote, "Shit is happening next. That's all you need to know. Peace sign." And then he followed that up saying, "I don't need to lie to you. I don't throw shade. Your little cheerleading ass gonna be heartbroken when I put that boy's blank in the dirt at Keyshawn Davis," because Keyshawn Davis is always talking about Terrence Crawford. So the way I take that as the way Errol Spence has been talking, this fight's going to get done. Will it get done for November? I don't know about that. But Errol Spence, he's not the one to really like just talk crazy and without things going down. He's a man of substance when it comes to this boxing game. Like he just talks about it the way it is. I think the fight is going to get done. It may take a little longer than we're expecting, but he said that is happening next. He's not taking no Thurman fight. That's how I read it. He didn't say that verbatim, but that's how I'm taking it. They're not taking no Thurman fight. He's not taking nothing else. He said Terrence is next. And he told Keyshawn he's about to put that boy's blank in the dirt. So I can't wait. Hopefully we get it sooner rather than later. That's the 13th round, which made man Kenny Caraway. Disappointing. I was gonna go with Eubank Jr. in that fight, but Conor Ben, I like Conor Ben. It sucks that went down. Hopefully, hopefully it's not gonna stop his career. I was interested to see what happened with Conor Ben. It's a bad take, Mo G. I do love LA, but this lid has nothing to do with it. I got a bunch of hats. I got a Pittsburgh hat. Does that mean I love Pittsburgh? Absolutely not. Although Pittsburgh is probably a fine place too. Never been there though.
It's not even LA.
We love it. Stupid ass song.
Oh shoot, that's right. Okay. I'll just take Kenny out of the. I'll take Kenny out of the stream. That should eliminate it, right?
PVV TV.
Gotta try something real quick. Good.
Test. Is it good?
Yeah, it's fine on our end. Okay. All right. Sorry about that.
Look, man. Hopefully everything works out for him. I'm sick of seeing him. I'm not seeing anything that's overly impressive. He's literally facing cab drivers. Stop. Top Rank has had a great 18 months. They've done a great job in the sport of boxing the last 18 months. They need to stop with this. What's his name? Nico Ali or something like this. I ain't trying to see all that. Get some real fights and see what happens.
Man, this is really a throwback picture. Goodness gracious.
Uh-oh.
Got jeans on. Last time I wore jeans.
When did you stop wearing jeans?
I don't know. I don't know. Honestly, I have no idea.
PB, stop, bro. He's facing bums. Like, he's not even facing real boxers. Stop. He might be good, but we don't know from what we're seeing. I think he can get knocked out when he faces somebody real. (916-909-1320). Wow, that's. Hang on. Live on the Odyssey app. Live on Twitter, Twitch. We're working through some bugs, man. Feel like we were just in commercial for like 7 minutes. Yeah. I almost recorded that podcast Danny wanted me to record during the
Episode 7 of the week. J Street Vibes coming back to a podcast platform near you. Podcast per week for Kenny and Jason Jones.
Can't wait, man. J Street Vibes is back though. It's back.
I know D-Lo and KC are hot. That was the longest commercial break in this show's history.
That was pretty long. It's 2:20.
It's the hottest show in the world. You taking breaks for 7 daggone minutes. Goodness gracious. Must be where it must be for Kenny's new Morton's contract that he got.
Well, Morton's, if you guys do want to sponsor, like I said, I I have a kid coming, the Morton Caraway. Morton Caraway.
If you're a business and you would like Kenny's child named after your company, contact rich.ripley at odyssey.com. That's rich.ripley at odyssey.com. For the right price, Kenny will name his daughter after your company.
It gets a new name every 3 months.
Elk Grove Dodge Caraway. It's possible. It's possible.
I saw the little lady this morning. We had a little doctor's appointment, a little ultrasound.
Okay.
In there, nestled in there.
Just one.
Just one.
Every once in a while,
Just one.
Another one in there.
Just one.
Okay.
Good
well,
time.
that's exciting, man. December 1st is the due date. Kenny says she's going to be born during the Cowboys game on Thanksgiving.
Sure. Just you don't need to. Who cares? That's not must-see TV. Who the Cowboys play this Thanksgiving anyway?
No idea.
Last year was actually pretty exciting with them in the Raiders. That was a good game.
Her first images of the world are going to be the Dallas Cowboys. Could be worse. She could be born early and be born to the Detroit Lions. Inevitable Lions versus Bears matchup.
Oh, this might be a good game.
Soren
Cowboys
says,
Giants.
The Sky River Caraway. That's a great one. That is a great one. The Sky River Caraway. Togo's Caraway. Togo's got money like that? Well, we'll see.
Yeah, man. We trying to get them in ILs already.
Man, let's make it happen. First ever child. That'd be a news story. Child born with an NIL. Her dad just sold her naming rights. The Kaiser Permanente. It's got a nice ring to it. The Kaiser Permanente. They got money.
What would her initials be? Would her initials be DKPC or is it just DC?
Well, I think it's a K. DC is in no, it'd be DK.
So we're taking all those
DKPC.
Technically, her initials would be DC.
No, you're right, but I go. Well, is Permanente part of the first name or the middle name?
Like it's all the first name.
The Kaiser Permanente. So, what would her middle name be?
Who wants to buy that?
Who wants to buy?
The Kaiser Permanente Sky River Caraway. The Kaiser Permanente Sky River Caraway.
Wolf Lodge Caraway. A Meister Watch Caraway.
The Meister Watch.
Golden One Caraway has a nice ring to it. Like these are all real. Like this could happen for the right price. You can purchase the naming rights to Kenny and Jasmine's
all
daughter.
of them but one. Adam, no, it is not the Lake Show Caraway. Like that.
Well, I might step in here. If the price is right, the Lakers can buy the name to your daughter.
The Lake Show Caraway can't have that.
Everybody's got a price. CarMax Caraway has a nice ring to it. This works. This works. Sheena Quick covers the Carolina Panthers for Fox Sports. She's going to join us coming up here in just a couple of minutes. Hope she's not listening now, because if she is, she's probably going to, hey, guys, something came up.
She said I can only go on the ESPN affiliate in Sacramento.
Hey, you guys should really reach out to this person. They'd be really good for your show.
Oh man, Jesse
Thunder Valley Caraway.
Well, I mean, it could happen. It could happen.
Oh man,
Jesse asked a good question in the rundown though. It was a simple question.
Yeah.
What happened to George Kittle?
So I don't know. I was going to elaborate. I don't know.
I'll tell you what I think. I don't think we're there.
Well, okay. Can I, before you answer, can I throw a caveat out there? Because ask the question again.
What happened to George Kittle?
Is this a George Kittle issue?
I don't think so. My first thought is I don't think so.
Okay.
I don't think so. But I do feel like we're entering the tail end of George Kittle. His game.
What do you mean by that?
His game is still effective. He almost had 1,000 yards receiving last year. We thought he fell off last year. He almost had 1,000 yards receiving, missing 3 games last year. So he could very, in a real way, do close to the same thing this year. But his game is built so much on physicality, and he's had some injury issues, that he's not exactly the same as he was, say, in 2019. That doesn't mean, once again, here, Russell Wilson, it doesn't mean he's trash. It doesn't mean he's washed.
No.
Okay? But he's not the same, and we're starting to see that just a little bit. Now, he's still really, really good, and good enough where if you featured him in the offense, he could do work. He could be a big-time problem for the opposition. That comes down to Kyle Shanahan and now Jimmy Garoppolo finding a way to get him involved. And I still don't understand why they can't and why they don't. Like there should not be a half that goes on where he doesn't have not one target.
That's crazy. That was absolutely nuts.
He should get a target on every possession.
Well, that might be a little excessive, but
no, like every drive.
Yeah, I got you. Drive. Yeah. Absolutely.
Yeah,
absolutely. That was confusing, but obviously they knew it because they went to him, I think, on the second play of when the second half started. He wound up with 2 catches. Of course, he had the near touchdown everybody remembers. But even in the second half of play, again, he got targeted on the second possession. He only had 4 targets.
Yeah, especially in a game like that where you need it. You need to get the ball to your playmakers. Make no bones about it. I said what I just said about George Kittle. He's still a playmaker. He's still a guy that if you get him the ball in space, he can take a 5-yard slant 30 yards. Like, he's still a playmaker. Get him the rock and let him operate. There's no reason for him to have 4 targets in a game, man. He should have 4.5.
So I'm not going to push back, but I will ask the question: Are you? And I understood everything you said when you evaluated George Kittle right there, but are you overreacting a little bit? Like if we're not even confident this is George Kittle's fault, is George Kittle every bit of the player he was last year before that? It's just he's won only 2 games into his season. And it's not like he's dropping passes.
No, and it quite possibly could be an overreaction, right? Because we thought he fell off somewhat last year. And while missing 3 games, he was still like 40 yards away from 1,000-yard receiving season. So maybe we're just so used to him being the only target in this unbelievably dominant target that if he falls off a little bit, it seems like the sky is falling. But he's still out there doing what he does. Another thing that is a little, I don't want to say odd, but sneaky is when you think of Kelsey, you think of, some other tight ends or whatever. They're third down guys where on third down, that's the security blanket for a lot of guys, right? For the 49ers, Jawan Jennings has kind of turned into the security blanket for Jimmy Garoppolo on third down. You look for Jawan Jennings all the time.
Mm-hmm.
All the time. And he finds him. Jawan Jennings is one
that dropped that.
Yeah, he did drop that one on third down on Monday night. But
just dropped it.
Yeah, just dropped it. It wasn't going to be a first down anyway, probably.
Yeah.
But that's where he was looking. And Jawan Jennings is one of those guys that's just like a gamer. You know, it doesn't seem like he practices unbelievably well or anything like that. But in the game time, he finds a way to get open on those third downs. So I think that may also take away a little bit from Kittle's usage because on third down, it looks like Jimmy's looking for Jawan Jennings and then maybe Debo.
There's a lot of talk about Kittle's role as a blocker and, you know, the offensive line, which I think is being overly criticized a little bit. George Kittle's always been a blocker.
Mm-hmm.
He's always been an extension of that offensive line, but he's always been able to make plays as a tight end also.
Right.
Like they've always worked hand in hand. So whatever's gone on the last 2 weeks is nothing new. It's part of Kittle's game. It's part of what he's great at. So the fact that he's an extension of the offensive line this year, that's no different than what he was last year.
Yeah.
Always the case.
Yeah. No, I agree. He's got to continue to do what he does. And I think the onus really is on Jimmy and Kyle to find a way to get him open. Like I said, I've never coached a football game. Maybe it's not as easy as it seems, but it's like, man, you can't have a George Kittle part of the playbook where these are his plays. You know, you're getting him the ball. You know, you're getting him open. He's option number one. We can't dive into that, you know, once every drive or, you know, 3 to 4 times a half or something like that. It seems like you should be able to, but I don't know. Maybe it's not as simple as that.
The Carolina Panthers offense has been an absolute mess this season. Couple that with the way that the San Francisco 49ers defense is playing this year. And you can feel however you want to about the 49ers offense. And regardless of how you feel, you'd probably be right. But, you know, we talked to Eric Crocker about this. This shouldn't be a contest on Sunday. I mean, I absolutely believe in desperate times, and I absolutely believe in, you know, that psychology of snapping out of it and you're back against the wall and all of those different things. The part that I can't reconcile with the Carolina Panthers is doing it against that defense. It's one thing if you're going against the Atlanta Falcons. It's one thing if you're going against a divisional team that you know inside and out, that you play multiple times every year, and you know all of those. You throw the records out when you play a divisional team. That's one thing. You're going against the best defense in football. This isn't a get right game for you.
I don't think so either. No, it's not with that offense, not with that quarterback. This is scary season, spooky season.
13:40 a.m. Fox Sports in Carolina as we bring in Sheena. Quick, Sheena, thanks so much for
hey
joining.
Guys.
We're here week 4. So we think week 8, week 9?
I think week 8.
Week 8, you know what I'm talking about.
She already know what time it is.
Yeah, because I was telling people before the season that if they did not play well, it was going to be by week 8. And if you look at the schedule, they very well could go to Atlanta 1-6, and a loss to Atlanta to fall to 1-7, I think would be the final straw.
We're talking about Matt Rule being fired for those who haven't picked up on that. Like, my man ain't gonna make it.
Yeah, because they have you guys Sunday. They travel to LA next week, come back and play, or I don't know, are they on the road? Either way, they have Tampa Bay right after that. So those are 3 very tough games coming up on the schedule. And to be honest with you, Atlanta doesn't look as bad as the Panthers do because they're doing a lot more with a lot less right now. So that's a dangerous game also.
Yeah. So you see them every day, and you've seen every play that they've had this year in the Matt Rule era. In your opinion, is a lot of this on him, or is it personnel? Because I know they've got, you know, DJ Moore and Christian McCaffrey's back and everything. Seems like they have some pieces, but I don't look at an overwhelming amount of talent on the offense in Carolina. So is it a situation where the personnel isn't good enough, or is Matt Rule just not getting the job done?
I think it's the latter. I think that when you look at that roster, Teddy Bridgewater led 4 different Panthers into 1,000-yard performance seasons just 2 seasons ago. You had Mike Davis, who's no longer, who they lost in free agency. They had Curtis Samuel, who they lost in free agency, and DJ Moore and Robbie Anderson. So you can't say that the talent and the ability isn't there. It's not like they have a super team, a superstar team, but they have a roster that should at least be a wild card team. At the very least, especially when you look on the defensive side of the ball. Matt Rule and Scott Fitterer have not done a horrible job in the offseason when it comes to free agency and when it comes to the draft. But the glaring issue that they have is at quarterback. And unfortunately for them, that's the most important position. They have not been able to get that position right.
Why is Baker?
I don't think it's
out. Like, is Baker like? I wasn't. I bought into the Panthers this year. They were my hot take team. Like, the Panthers are going to be better than everyone thinks. They might even top the Bucks for this division, who I thought were going to fall off a little bit.
I think you went too far with that. You got a little too hype. I mean, I'm a realist. I am. I'm a realist. I do think that I get what you're saying, because if you look at the roster, like I said, this is at least a wild card team. This team should at least finish 9-8. Middle of the pack, maybe even get lucky, you slide into 10-7, but they should not be struggling mightily the way they are. I know it's only week 4, but it just does not look good. And again, you see the schedule that's coming up. I just don't see it easing up or getting any easier. You have an offense that's not just struggling or reeling. They are dead last in a lot of categories in the National Football League. But you're facing a defense that's number 1 in a lot of categories. So that is a catastrophic recipe for disaster, especially for a coach that's on the hot seat. You lost Jeremy Chin. He's out for at least 4 weeks to IR. There's no one coming to save you, a quarterback, Sam Darnold. And how dire things got to be for people to be like, is Sam Darnold about to come save the day? So I'm not even like, it has to be bad for them to be looking at Sammy D as the savior. Yeah. But people are like, when does he come back? When does he come back? And Matt Rule told us today that it's going to be a while. Like, he's not close to being ready. Even if he were to be, to, I guess, be cleared for return next week, he's still looking at like a 21-day window for them to see if he's even game ready. So I don't see any savior swooping in to save the day. Baker Mayfield, I was thinking that you guys know I was not a huge proponent of Baker Mayfield coming to Carolina, but once he was here, he was the better option through camp over Sam Darnold. And my issues with Baker, I was thinking, it's the mouth, the sass. You get sassy with me, I'm getting sassier. Like, I'm not Michelle Obama. She's an amazing person, but I'm not her. If you go low, I'm gonna take it to the flow. Like, I'm not going high. I'm not taking the high road. It's just not. I'm not doing it. And so, I was hopeful that the offseason would have humbled him a little bit. The way things went down in Cleveland, you pretty much kind of got thrown out like Jazzy Jeff on Fresh Prince. You got booted unceremoniously and did not find a team until a week and a half, maybe 2 weeks before training camp. So those things will humble you. He took the pay cut to come to Carolina. So those things tend to humble you. And the first couple of weeks he was here, I felt like he was really making an effort not to give bulletin board material, not to buy into all of those things. But when you're frustrated and things aren't going the right way, you kind of tend to revert back to your old self. And you're seeing that lately when he's getting frustrated with people asking him about the batted balls. And to be fair, those are valid questions. There are other quarterbacks that aren't super tall in the league that are not having this issue. So it's not all quarterbacks under X amount of height or feet and inches are getting their passes batted down like Dikembe. No, it's a Baker thing. And so you can't be offended when people are like, hey, well, are you doing anything to improve? Are there any drills? People are looking, they're grasping for any type of hope. And he just kind of, got a little sassy today.
I got to check this out.
He did. He got chirpy. One of my colleagues, another reporter, asked him if he was doing any drills to help with the batted balls, which again is a valid question. And he said, if you have a drill or if you could find a drill, let me know.
Well, there it is. It's starting already for Baker.
But the reporter doesn't get paid millions of dollars to throw the football.
Right.
You do.
Right.
So that's why, I was just kind of, I said, God knows what positions to put me in, because we would have went viral. Like you said, you got to listen to it. You would have heard it by now. If I asked that question and I got that response, we would have been viral. Okay.
That's why I said, that's why I had that shit on there. She keep it a stack at all times.
Right in with our pettiness. Like she right there with us.
We gonna have to talk the shit outside of the Panthers one of these times, man. We just
That on a shirt. You go low, we go lower.
We going to the flow, like limbo. I mean, Earth's crust. We're talking here. Like you're gonna be giving high fives to Hades. Like when it's all said and done. Like I'm not going higher. I'm not taking the high road. Like, because I just feel like there's a certain level of professionalism that you have, and people have to do their job. So the question wasn't an out of pocket question. No pun intended.
Right.
It wasn't an out of pocket question. It was a valid question.
I hear you.
I had asked him about it after week 2 in New York, and I felt a little touch of sassiness, and I was trying to be a better person then. But like since week 2, I've just given up.
Yeah, I'm watching all Panthers media days.
Oh yeah,
I'm watching them all for the rest of the season. Sheena, before we get you out of here, I want to ask you about Christian McCaffrey. Injury plague season, the last couple of seasons. He's out there. Does he look the same, or is it like still trying to work his way back or something like that?
He looks the same when he gets touches, and I know that the Panthers don't want to lean too heavy on Christian McCaffrey. It's easy to do when things aren't going well. It's easy to check down to him. He has sure hands. He's going to make something shake. He's going to turn, SHIT into sugar as many times as he can. Mm-hmm. But I don't see him a step slower. I think that he's the same Christian McCaffrey, and I think that they were trying so hard not to put the entire workload on him that they're having trouble trying to manage his workload or manage his touches. They only ran the ball 11 times last week. That's unacceptable, especially if the passing game isn't there. You have to open up the playbook and you have to see what he can do. I want to say, was it week 1 or 2? The longest run was a fumble advance. So he didn't even get those rushing yards. So I do think that he's the same Christian McCaffrey. I don't think he's a step slower. I think that there's a challenge in not trying to overutilize him, and at the same time trying to get your receivers into a rhythm with Baker, because that's been an issue also.
Welcome to the family, Sheena.
Yeah, Sheena got to come back, man. She got to come rock with us. We don't care about the Panthers or the 49ers. She's got to come rock with us.
We're going to
I'm not that bad, am I?
Oh, no, you fit right in. That's what I'm saying. You fit right in. Panthers beat right at 13:40 a.m. Fox Sports. Sheena, thank you so much.
Thank you guys for having me.
No problem.
All right, that is Sheena Quick. By the way, before we go to break, here is the clip Sheena was referring to.
Oh, let me hear this.
If you have a drill for me, you can let me know. Coaches have to give you any suggestions or something like that. I mean, it's like staying in the pocket. It's finding windows to throw, getting their hands down for the game. I mean, it's the same things I keep saying.
Oh yeah, straight face. He's not feeling it.
Hey, there was a little
Hated it.
there was a little staff there.
We'll come back. James Hammond Kings tickets coming up next here. Plus, can we change the call of the day to the sound of sports?
Sure.
Because we got off to a rocky start yesterday. I got a call, by the way.
Okay.
Everyone has seen it by now. And it's next here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320. All right, we're clear.
Got a call from.
Huh?
You got a call?
Yeah, I got a call.
Somebody called
call
you.
of the game.
No, I thought somebody called you.
No. I'm talking about the call of the game.
Got you. I'll be right back.
Okay. Oh man. Sound of the day. Yeah. Sound of Sports has that. What's that? What is that? What's it called? Alliteration with the S's. Yeah. I hope y'all caught. I love this show, man, and I love y'all for some of y'all recognize what we do here, man. That's right, Bryce. She was the one who broke the Debo news. That's 100% right, Bryce. I love that we had Olivia, Sarah, and Sheena on today, man. That's what sports is today. That's the way it should be, at least. Oh, what do we got in here, Mandy? Okay. I see you, Filthy McNasty. Patrick knows me well. Patrick knows me very, very, very well. Very well. I see you, Soren. Yeah, not wrong. Not wrong. Y'all are thirsty. What's wrong with you? Oh, all of y'all. Chi-Town, baby. You know what it is. Y'all are funny. No doubt, man. I'm glad you enjoyed that. We'll have her back for sure. Sarah's going to be pretty regular too. Sarah really wants to do weekly stuff. She wants to get sharper on her radio stuff. Like we try to tell her, like, yo, you're already good. Just continue to be yourself, and it works. And I'm gonna star that. But yeah, she wants to get in. It's like she'll probably it probably won't. I don't know if it'll be Wednesdays, but it'll be Wednesday or Thursday. But she'll be with us a lot. We got a good little lineup, man. A really good little lineup of people. I got only person I haven't rescheduled. I mentioned Deuce and Mo since we're not here tomorrow. Deuce and Mo will be with us next Thursday. And I think the only person I got to get worked out, I haven't texted Matt George. Okay, I'll text Matt George right after the show is over. Matt George. I'm going to write his name. I just wrote his name down. I'm going to look down. Why the hell did I write Matt George's name down? I take these little like shorthand notes and forget why I did it. Oh, man. Ham free. Oh, we got ham at 346. Okay, star that. Yeah, that's a good call. I want to get Brendan back on regularly too. Now that the season is here, I want to get him on a little more regularly. Want to get Sean on too. We're gonna plan. I want to plan a big week leading into the home opener. Oh man, it's always dangerous when Drake Uyu's on here. Drake Uyu is Drake Uyu gets numbers. They tune in to see Drake. Megan's emojis made me laugh. Frozen ham 336. All right, I got you. I'm marking all of them. I'm marking all of them. 349. I see you. Deuce and Mower next Thursday. Okay, I got you. Oh, okay. No ham freeze today. All right, I see you. What are we doing here? Okay, we're coming back. James Ham coming up at the very top of the hour. Actually, I should probably choose my words a little carefully. James Ham is joining us. Kings had practice today. He had media availability today. So he could be coming in hot. He could be coming in a little late. Regardless, James Ham will be with us here very soon. 3:20, we'll be giving away tickets to the Sacramento Kings home opener. So we've got you covered there. And we're happy to bring you the sound of sports. See, yesterday, this was call of the game. And it didn't really go well. It got a little clunky. Didn't really, and it was a bad calls from a Lakers broadcast. So now we got the sounds of sports, and this time it's brought to you by no one. It's still we still in the last 24 hours we have not sold this segment to anybody. So if you would like to sponsor, if you'd like to sponsor the sound of sports, you could contact Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com. That's Rich.Ripley at Odyssey.com. The sound of sports.
Song curling off the screen, driving baseline. Oh, you fat with a 3. Yes, I just said that. That is that man's name. Don't tweet at me. I don't want to tweet from anybody. That's the man's name.
So we'll run that back one more time for those that
Curling off the screen, driving baseline. Oh, you fat with a 3. Yes, I just said that. That is that man's name. Don't tweet at me. I don't want to tweet from anybody. That's the man's name.
That was.
Why is partner laughing immediately? Wait, one more time for the people. One more time.
The song curling off the screen, driving baseline. Oh, you fat with a 3. Yes, I just said that. That is that man's name. Don't tweet at me. I don't want to tweet from anybody. That's the man's name.
It wasn't Wembanyama. It wasn't Scoot Henderson. It was Ho You Fat that captivated NBA Twitter last night. I got to admit, at first I was like, hey, hang on, man. It's that brother's name. Like, what are we doing here? We don't know nothing about that name. And then I saw he's in on it. Like he was posting it on Instagram. He was having fun with it. Like he knows what it is. So he went along with the Ho You Fat phenomenon. And so we decided to use that clip right there. Ho You Fat for 3.
Curling off the screen, driving baseline. Oh, you fat with a 3. Yes, I just said that. That is that man's name. Don't tweet at me.
That's his name.
Hey, man, if he cool with it, man, it's all good then, I guess.
He was cool with it. So he's 33. I don't know that he has a future in the National Basketball Association.
Wait, I think I knew that. He's 33?
He's 33 years old.
Well, keep doing your thing, brother.
I have a sneaky suspicion there's going to be a lot of Ho You Fat jerseys being made in the NBA store over the course of the next few weeks.
Oh, man. Come on, man.
The coldest part is it's spelled with spaces exactly like you think. Like you look at the man's jersey, it looks just like he hate me. That's Ho You Fat.
Oh, man. That's a lot.
Is this a popular surname over there? Like, is there like a lineage of Ho You Fats?
I don't know.
Is there like a deep family tree? I just don't.
Oh, man. I don't know, man.
He comes from a long line of Ho You Fats.
Man, hey, man. So he's good with it. So I think, but I feel bad for the. Well, I was gonna say young. Man. He's not that young. He's been living his whole life, but he's good with it.
That's the same thing. I was like, hey, like we're not partaking in this until I saw an article that said my man was having fun with it, and he went with all of the screenshots and all of the different tweets on IG and had this long thing of stories. And I was like, okay, like he gets it. If he's having fun with it, we'll have fun with it too. And I'm not trying to be a smartass. I'm genuinely curious. Is Ho You Fat like a popular surname? That's I tried to Google it. I don't really want to mention what popped up in the returns. I'm trying to figure out, like maybe that name has some cachet where he's from. I don't know.
Now, where do we know where he's from?
Well, he plays for. Well, let me hold on. Give me a second, because
I don't know where he's from. Isn't that possibly the what do you say? Like it's our. If it's the last name, then it's almost like the first name in some cultures, right? Like in Chinese culture, like Ming wasn't the name that gets passed on. It was Yao, right?
Oh, I don't know.
I thought that's how it went.
He's from is it Cayenne, French Guinea? He's born in French Guinea.
French Guinea. Okay. I don't know what they do in French Guinea.
After an exhibition game against the G League Unite in 2022, Ho You Fat went viral due to his last name, which resembles an insulting slang phrase in English. So I guess that's the part that I kept getting hung up on. I can't tell. His first name is spelled Steeeve. Mm-hmm. His name isn't Steve Ho You Fat, is it? Like, it's got to be something else.
No, I mean,
it looks like Steve Ho You Fat. I don't know.
I don't know, but I'm confused. I don't know how it is because the people in the chat, they are saying that is correct, like in Chinese culture. So
Yao is the name that's passed on versus Ming is the name that's
right.
Passed on.
So Steve may be the name that's passed on, and Ho You Fat may be his first name, essentially. Like the Ho You Fat doesn't get passed on, so we don't have a lineage of Ho You Fats.
Okay, so now I have a.
This incredible device removes 50 times more.
I just clicked on this video to see a Ho You Fat interview, and this woman is cleaning her ear. What? Hold on, I need to hear this. Hang on. Interview. Please say your name. That's all I'm asking, is say your name. Okay, here we go.
Je suis vraiment heureux de revenir ici. C'est une réelle opportunité. Je connais beaucoup de monde ici.
That ain't gonna be it. That ain't it. That ain't it. I need I need somebody to introduce this man and say his name. I can't find anything. I'm just going to keep coming across stuff like that. 33 years old.
Yeah, he coming into the game somewhere, like entering the game now.
Well, but it's probably not in English. I just want to hear the way it's pronounced in his. So here, oh, okay. I don't know my guy here. I don't know who this guy is, so I'm not going to click on him and just give him this. I need this mystery solved. Where did we say he was from? French Guinea. I'm going to contact someone who can help us with this. I need to know what this man's name is.
James might know.
I think he's gotten older since I last looked. He's actually 34. 33. I found an article. Who is Steve Ho You Fat? But this was written last night. How come there's no history of this man?
He just dropped into the public's awareness last night.
I guess so. Fam, his Instagram handle is at ho.u.fat. He only has 6 pictures posted.
He's doing it like that's what the young kids do. The young kids have an IG. They only have like 3 pictures.
I'm going to get to the bottom of this if it's the absolute last thing I do.
Oh man, the Sam Merrill said I would cut Merrill for him.
Good news though. Ho You Fat will be in action again tomorrow on NBA TV when they once again play the G League Ignite. You're listening to D-Lo and KC on KIFM West Sacramento 98.5 FM, KRXQ HD2 Sacramento, ESPN 1320, driven by Lasher's Elk Grove Dodge, always live on the free Odyssey app as we head. Nope, not that one. Where are we? We're going to the Sports Center desk. We're going here.
Now, from the Sacramento Sports Desk, a Sports Center update on ESPN 1320.
The 49ers had 8
That's all right.
Had 8 players who didn't practice today. Some notables from that list are Trent Williams, Eric Armstead, Javon Killon, Ty Davis Price. Nick Bosa was also held out, but he was getting a rest day. In other NFL news, Denver Broncos quarterback Russell Wilson was taken off the injury report along with running back Melvin Gordon, so both are good to go in the Thursday night matchup against the Colts. On the other side, Jonathan Taylor will be out due to an injury. It was a big day in basketball yesterday with top two prospects, Scoot Henderson and Victor Wembanyama, playing against each other. Henderson went for 28 points, 9 rebounds, and 5 assists, and Wembanyama scored 37 with 7 main threes. ESPN's Adrian Wojnarowski tweeted that a GM told ESPN that we could see a race to the bottom like we've never seen before in the NBA. Pelicans big man Zion Williamson returned to action yesterday after missing the 21-22 season with a foot injury. Zion had 13 points in that matchup. Some notable games you can catch tonight are Celtics Raptors, Pacers Hornets, and Cavs 76ers. Also, for quick injury news in the NBA, Wizards forward Corey Kispert is out for 46 weeks with an ankle injury. Out in the MLB, Aaron Judge hit his 62nd home run of the season, and the fan who caught it was offered $2 million by the owner of a sports memorabilia auction house. It's also the last day of the season, and the Giants are looking to finish 500 with the win over the Padres, who begin their wild card series on Friday against the Mets. Thanks for listening to this SportsCenter update. I'm Jesse Tapia with ESPN 1320, Sacramento sports leader.
All right, James Ham set to join us coming up here in just a heartbeat-ish. I don't really know where James is at. He did have practice today for the Kings, and
but before James comes on, could just get this off my chest real quick. The San Francisco Giants, they are finishing their season right now as we speak. They're up 5-1 on the Padres. I could say it. Nobody's checking for that. They're trying to get to 500, the 81-81. They're going to finish probably about 7 games out of a playoff spot. Very frustrating because I feel like they lost about 15 games due to the bullpen this year. As bad as everything was, as frustrating it was, as frustrating as it was for those San Francisco Giants owners to be acting like Mr. Crab and not aware of what was going on in their ballpark and all this other stuff. As bad as everything was, if they would have had a better bullpen this year, we'd probably be talking about playoff baseball. Frustrated.
Well, I am sorry you're frustrated. Let's bring in James Ham. James doesn't get frustrated. He's our 1320 Kings insider and created the Kings Beat.
You could be an A's fan.
Well, there is that. Thank you for perspective, James. Thank you.
Perspective. What's going on?
The Kings Beat and thekingsbeat.com. James, a couple of interesting notes. Well, one in particular came out of your video with Mike Brown from the media scrum today after practice. And it was a question that I had on my notes that I wanted to run by you. That Mike Brown actually answered for us. And Mike said the rotation for Sunday's game is going to be significantly less than it was this past week. When the team gets back on the floor this weekend, he even mentioned, we play 20 guys, probably not going to do that. Probably going to drop to around 15.
Yeah, I would say he said 15, maybe even a little less than that, maybe 12, 13. I think we're going to see more of a natural rotation in the next game. We might get back to, as we get closer to the season, one more game where you start seeing a lot of bench players. But for this one in particular, I think we're going to see like a little bit more of a true rotation, what the season will look like. And I mean, Mike Brown was clear too that like the power forward spot is still wide open, that we very well could see a completely different rotation at that position come Sunday. And I kind of expect it. I expect him to dabble with other things and, to give some, maybe Keegan Murray a look, maybe give, we got some Monecki a shot. You could give Metu a shot. You could give Trey Lyles a shot. I think we're going to see something different, though.
So you'd say giving those guys a shot, and that's fair. I understand that. Is game 3 when they start doing quote unquote just rehearsals about what I want this rotation and the guys getting in to look like for the season? Is it about game 3, or in some cases does it start as early as game 2?
Yeah, I mean, I think it could be as early as game 2. We're just gonna have to see. I told you guys the other day. I think it's really interesting this preseason to have only like 5 days of practice before your first preseason game. I don't think I remember it being like this before, and then to have another like almost week off before you play again. It's kind of strange how they have breaks here early in the preseason schedule. I mean, I remember one season where we had back-to-backs in preseason, and when you're only playing 4 games and you have a back-to-back, and we're talking over like a 20-day period, that's a lot of like condensed basketball. So they're going to have time to make adjustments. We talked to KZ Okpala today, and he was really excited about the opportunity. But he knows that like whatever Mike Brown wants him to do, he's going to do, whether that's off the bench or, whether he's starting. He just knows that his job is to go out there and play defense and to give them an edge on that edge of that end of the floor. And we'll have to see how it all plays out.
What did you take away from practice and media availability today? I know you talked to Mike Brown. You mentioned KZ Okpala. You talked to Keegan Murray as well.
Yeah, I mean, I think the really interesting thing Mike Brown said is that he sees the 2, 3, and 4 as almost interchangeable, which, I mean, I get a little bit because when you look at Harrison Barnes, he is a guy who goes 3 and 4. They have been playing Keegan Murray at the 3 a ton and trying to see how he plays that position. And Mike Brown said, like, look, during Summer League, we were able to watch Keegan play 2 all the way through 4s without any problem. And he did a really good job against young players at the Summer League level. But once you get to the like pro level, the game day level, it's much different. Like defending 3 positions like that isn't going to be just something you just snap your finger and you can do. Keegan's going to have to do a lot of work on his body in order to play the 3 for major minutes. And certainly, to play the 2, that's going to be really, really difficult. We'll just have to, again, see how he grows into the position. I think for Keegan, too, he just has this strange ability to walk in and be comfortable. And I don't think it's something that we've seen before. I don't remember another rookie who just walks in. And there's a confidence to him, but it's even more than that. It's not like he's overly confident and just this guy who talks himself up the whole time. He just seems like relaxed and like, all right, I guess I'm going to go play against LeBron James. And you're just like, aren't you getting nervous? Well, not really. I'm just, going out there and playing basketball. And I think that that's a really interesting feature to him where he just feels like he's ready and he doesn't get overwhelmed at all. And we saw him go from, the college game where he didn't look overwhelmed to the California Classic, which is kind of a dumbed down summer league. And he didn't look overwhelmed. Summer League, he dominates. And now you get to the preseason, and in his first game, he puts up 16 and 6, and he just looks like one of the better players on the court. And there's just something about him that's different in that way. And I think that's a very good thing for the Sacramento Kings.
Like I said, he's a flat out baller. That's what he does. That's what ballers do. It doesn't matter, and I understand why people get caught up on that, but, you can't play this guy with this guy. And, if you do this, then you won't have this and all this other stuff. I said last week, man, the ballers, they find a way to get it done. And that's what Keegan is, man. You put him anywhere on the court, he's going to figure out a way to be productive and figure out what the team needs and give the team what they need. That's a great trait to have in your prize rookie. Now, with that being said, James, I do want to ask you this. Do you think that maybe they're doing a little bit much with if we need to, we can play the 2. Like, do you think let's get him comfortable with the 4 first or the 3? Like, let's not experiment and just do too much just because we can, just because we know he's that versatile out there. We talk about defining roles, right? Your role is in this area right here. You're 3, 4, like focus on that. You think they're doing too much when they even think about experiment with the 2, or is it just fine? Can he handle it all?
Yeah, I mean, that's the thing. I think he can handle it all. That's what you're kind of learning about him. Now, I don't think he's going to walk out there and ever be in a lineup where he's like a shooting guard, like in the lineup. I think what Mike Brown really means in that situation is that he can switch out and he can go defend a 2. He can defend a 3. He can defend a 4. It just will depend on matchups and how he gets switched out and rotations and stuff like that. But I don't think we're going to see like a true situation where that's his job to go out there and run the 2. I mean, the Kings have like 17 other shooting guards and on this roster, or guys that can play the shooting guard position. And I would put Keegan Murray like really low on the group that would actually do that. I do think it's really interesting that we're seeing him not only be play the small forward with that second unit with Trey Lyles playing the 4, he's playing the 3 in the second unit, and Rashawn Holmes at the 5. But I think it's really interesting that we're seeing the team run the ball through him, because that's not something he did at Iowa at all. And it's kind of like, hey man, do you think you can like be a primary like ball handler, and do you think we can run the ball through you and you can be a distributor? Yeah, okay. That's what it kind of feels like with Keegan Murray. It's just like, okay, whatever, I'm good. Like, you want me to start? That's fine. You want me to win the MVP? That's fine. You want me to win the Rookie of the Year? Okay, I'll get you in the running. Like, it just feels like he's just easy to talk to, easy to like, he takes whatever it is you're asking him to do. I mean, he's monotone, so a lot of times you're waiting for like that excitement from him, and he shows a little bit with his like emotions on his face, but it's usually just pretty cut and dry. Like, okay, yeah, I'm ready. It's fine. Just whatever. It's LeBron James. You know, it's kind of what I'm looking forward to, playing against players like LeBron. That's cool. And he's on to the next subject. And yeah, I don't think that there is anything that can kind of phase him. And we'll see how opening night is. But after that, I think he's going to be pretty strong, pretty strong rotational piece for the next decade plus in Sacramento.
How much of that is, or do you think, is just Keegan's personality, and that's the way he would be no matter what? Or how much, like, is there any, does it factor in at all that he's kind of coming in here and he doesn't have to be the savior of the franchise? Like, he doesn't have to be the guy. He has to fit in with a team. Therefore, that allows him to be a little bit more, yeah, I'm down for whatever y'all want. I'm cool. Let's do it.
I kind of want to test that theory, you know? Like, I do. Like, hey, we need you to be a star. Okay. I guess I'm a star today. That's what it kind of feels like with him. I really do. It's an interesting thing. You know, like, we talked about this in pre-draft. We talked about this after the Kings selected him. Like, look, you can't really know what a player is going to be like until they get into the league. Like, there are some guys that you look at and you're like, oh, man. Like, Victor Wembanyama. Like, I don't think there's any way that he's not going to be, like, spectacular. That you just watch him. And you got the same with LeBron. Like, there's no way LeBron's not just going to be incredible. Where, you know, a guy like Giannis was taken, the 15th pick, 16th pick? Like, there were question marks as to how good he would be. Even Kobe Bryant, you know, Kobe lasted until, the 13th pick in the draft. And so when some players, you know that they're going to be, like, absolutely spectacular when they walk into the gym. I think, like, with Keegan, like, we just assume that he's going to be a really solid NBA player. He's going to walk out there. He's going to, like, feel comfortable and be strong in his role. But it's not until you really see it functioning that you can make a decision on just what kind of ceiling they have. We can say, okay, like, look, like, physically speaking, Keegan Murray could have some limitations at some point because he's not a guy who jumps out of the gym. He's not a guy who is so incredible laterally that, you know, he can stop anybody, but he can also get around anybody. Like, those are things where you're looking for him to just be like this. It's what separates him from, you know, a guy who may go number 1 overall. It's that you can see, like, some sort of physical limitations, but you can never measure a guy's, like, heart or his want or his, like, even like in this situation, how comfortable someone gets so quickly. You can't measure that. And so when I compare him to somebody and people cringe when I say, like, Marvin Williams, I'll just continue to tell you, like, physically speaking, he moves. Like, a lot of his body motions, a lot of the way that he on the court flies around, it still reminds me of that. But the difference is that he may want it more. He may just have this switch in him that, like, makes him comfortable, and he gets it. And that can make him a much better player than the players, anyone that you want to compare him to. You know, how many guys, like, it's not like we haven't ever seen, like, you know, again, a Giannis body style. I mean, maybe it's a little unique, but it's not that much more unique than, like, Kevin Garnett or Stromile Swift. And so you start looking at guys with, like, the same body style, but one of them ends up being this unbelievable superstar. One of them ends up being a Hall of Famer, and another one is out of the league in 3 years or 5 years, and it doesn't work. So you really can't like put something on a player until he gets in the league and you see how it really does like translate.
Yeah, I'm anxious to see him grow, man, because if he's like this now, and I was guilty, like other people, is like kind of putting a cap on what he could be coming into the draft. But when you see him play, and we get an opportunity to have seen every game he's played on a professional level so far, so we got a little bit more of an understanding. But you realize like his ceiling is a lot higher than maybe we all thought it was. Like you look at him now, and let's just say he averaged 14, 15 points a game this year. We look at him, that's who he's going to be. He's going to be around 15, 16 points, 17 points a game for his career. That's what we thought coming in. Now I want to see where he can get to, because he is dynamic as a scorer, and he does understand how to play different spots on the floor and get different shooting, different looks on the floor in different parts of his game, right? So I want to see how he grows. I want to see what that turns into. Man, that's exciting to see as a Kings fan, where you have a guy who, I'm not afraid to say it, he could be a all-star type player with what he's already shown right now. I think in a perfect scenario he can get there, right? But I want to see where he's at 3 years from now, because it could be something real special.
Oh, I totally agree. I mean, he's the number 4 pick in the draft. I mean, he should be really good. We just never know how good they're going to be. You never know. And people say, oh, well, this guy went this high, or, but there are players that you miss on all the time. I mean, Chris Middleton was a 2nd-round pick. Draymond Green, 2nd-round pick. I mean, these are all-stars and game changers. I mean, they're really, really good players. So what you're trying to do, though, is you're trying to limit the risk when you're selecting this high. And I think the Kings got a guy who, no matter what, like his floor is so high that he's going to at least be a really good NBA player for a long time. Whether it's an all-star or whether it's, just a starter for, 12, 15 years, or, we just start at a decade, barring injury. But you already know that that's who he's going to be. He's going to be a really good player. Now, if he wants to reach that all-star status, there are things he's going to have to do to get there. And, we have to see, how is he as a worker? How does he redefine his body every time? Can he become better laterally and better athletically? Can he become a better ball handler? And so these are things that you're hoping to see as he grows as a player. But just the basic stripped down model of Keegan Murray, it's just a really good player, and he's going to be solid no matter what. And I think we're all along for the ride. We want to see where he ends up. I'm not going to say he's going to be a 27 point per game scorer or something, but I'm not going to, I would expect that 18 to 20 is within grasp for his whole career. And then what can he do outside of that? Like, how much better can he be?
We got Kings tickets your way for opening night coming up here in just a heartbeat. Did you see anything from Keegan the other night defensively, either exciting or concerning from him?
No, I thought that the whole team was pretty good. They flew around the ball pretty well. I thought that for a group that hasn't been together, and the fact that they played 20 guys, we saw some good energy. The energy sustained throughout the game. Overall, again, I think Keegan, down the road, there's a possibility to go from the 4 to the 3 at a more permanent basis as he, kind of figures out his body at the NBA level with a NBA training staff. But still, I think he still moves and feels more like a 4. And I'm not the only one who feels that way. Monty McNair said on opening, when they drafted him, that he thought he's more of a 4 than he is a 3. At least right now. And I think that that's kind of where we still look at him. But he just didn't look overwhelmed against great players, which is good. And so I kind of want to see how he grows. And I really liked, at the end of the second quarter, I like when Mike Brown went to what a lot of us think should be the starting lineup, with Keegan at the 4, Fox, Herter, Barnes, Sabonis. And I liked how he kind of ran that. Again, I liked how he handled the ball as a primary distributor. He found some guys that I didn't see. I didn't think he would be able to find. But again, he told us early on, he's working from the high post. He's been doing a lot of sort of that major cog offensive player with the second unit. He's an interesting cat. That's for sure.
Casey, let's give away some tickets here real quick. Opening night, the Sacramento Kings at the Golden One Center. We've got you taken care of right now. Caller number 3, 916-909-1320. Again, caller number 3, 916-909-1320. We'll have a pair of tickets for you today. And because we can't be with you tomorrow, we'll have 2 pair on Friday. So 2 more opportunities for you to be a part of opening night at the Golden One Center. Casey, go ahead.
I was just going to ask James, we talked a lot about defense and the way they came out playing on the defensive end yesterday. What do you think the offense looked like? I know that's something that also is going to take a little time because you got a new system and new coach. And, while there are, guys who do things already as far as Sabonis' passing, Fox's speed and quickness, all this other stuff, to learn an offense with a new group of guys, that may take a little time. So, what did you think of the offense that you saw in that first preseason game?
Yeah, I thought it was clunky. I didn't think it looked great, and I think that they need a lot of work on that end. I wanted to see more 2-man game with Fox and Sabonis. I wanted to see the ball run through Sabonis more. Overall, this team really does have this issue that when Sabonis goes off the floor, the offense has to make some massive adjustments because he is such a center of the universe type player. And I wanted to see Fox come out and flash the speed and the quickness early in the game. I don't think anyone wants to wait 10 to 12 games into the season to see it from him. And I don't think anyone wants to wait the first quarter to get it done. Go out there and be who you're going to be early on. Outside of that, I like some of the things I saw from Herter. The off the ball movement. I thought he was good with the ball and creating. I like that the second unit we saw lobs to Rashawn Holmes from both Malik Monk and Keegan Murray. And I like that even though Monk didn't really hit his shots, that he was all over the court. And I thought another thing I'll point out too is last season towards the end of the season, there was this crazy thing that happened where anybody who grabbed a rebound was allowed to run up the court with it. And they haven't taken that away, which I thought was really cool to watch because it makes this team fun and exciting if you have everyone pushing up the court. And, we saw everyone from KZ Okpala. It didn't matter who grabbed the rebound or who got the ball. They all started pushing it up the court. And that's a good thing because I think this team needs to play with tempo.
You mentioned Rashawn. His play encourage you at all?
Yeah, I thought he was a little off part of the game. I don't know what's happened, but it feels like the push shot has gone away. We haven't seen the push shot in a long time. And, I felt that during last season. Hey, where's the push shot?
You got the yips. You got those Charles Barkley yips. Uh-oh. Oh, that was close, James. That was 2.5 seconds. That is an unofficial freeze right there. That does not count. That is an unofficial freeze.
Yeah, I hope he doesn't. I hope he doesn't get the yips, and I hope that they find ways to get him open. I think that they went away from so many of the things that made him effective. Even the Fox used to do a move where he would drive straight to the basket and drop it behind him to Rashawn Holmes at the free throw line. And that's where he would, maybe take a step in and do his little push shot. I just want to see more of it. I think he's a very good offensive weapon. We've talked about this before. Fox, probably, 23 to 25 points a game. I think Sabonis will be around 20 points a game. And then we talked about, there's going to be 4 other guys that could be around 15. And that being Keegan Murray, Herter, Monk, and Harrison Barnes. And then you get these other 2 guys in Rashawn Holmes and Davion Mitchell, both who, can go for 12 to 14 points per game. And so, again, I don't think the offense will be an issue once we get to the regular season and you start to see standard rotations. At least I hope not, because, again, I think people need to be reminded again and again. This team was number 9 in offensive rating 2 years ago under Walton, and they were number 25 last year. They were bad offensively. As bad as they were defensively, they were only 2 spots ahead in offense, and it's not good. You're not gonna make the playoffs, and you're not gonna win games if you finish 27th in defensive rating and 25th in offensive rating.
Yeah, I agree. I'm excited to see Rashawn Holmes in that role. I've said for a number of different times, man, I think this is a role that he's perfect for. This big coming off the bench, rim runner, energy. And I think there's going to be a number of different games where what he provides in the second quarter or late in the third quarter, early in the fourth quarter is going to win the Kings some games. We'll look back. We'll come on D-Lo and Casey the next day. We'll be talking to Ham at about 3 o'clock. They'll be like, man, Rashawn Holmes was probably the player of the game last night with what he provided. I think he's going to flourish in a major way back in this role.
Yeah, it's those nights where he goes like 9 of 11 from the field and gets a 20 and 8 or a 20 and 10. He's got that potential even off the bench, and it's just him finding some sort of chemistry with the guards, because that's the one thing I'll point out. I don't think the Kings still have a natural lob guy to go with him, and that really does take away a big part of his game, like the vertical game. And so, like, I hope that it works out and that he is able to find those seams. But it's guys like Monk and Mitchell that really have to put a focus on the lob and getting the ball to him. And even Keegan, I think we're going to see a lot of that, like the secondary creator with Keegan Murray taking over for Sabonis for stretches and seeing if he can open things up for Rashawn Holmes as well.
James Ham, 1320 Kings Insider with us. We'll come back. We'll talk a lot more about the Sacramento Kings. They were back at practice today. They've got a game coming up this weekend. You mentioned talking to KZ Okpala. Kind of want to get your feel on, are we looking at this starting lineup again on Sunday? We'll talk about all of these things with James Ham when we return here on Sacramento Sports Leaders, D-Lo and KC on ESPN 1320. Clear.
You're right there, Casey.
This dude rowdy, man. I almost fell out. He said, any second now, you can't even see him.
I can duck out and pop right back in.
No, you're fine. You are crystal clear right now.
Oh,
yeah.
all right.
You are in 4K.
There's like a 5-second moment where it got fuzzy. And Ronnie was just on the edge of his seat just waiting.
The funny thing is, that's not when Ham freezes. Ham freezes when he's in 4K. And it just like stops and then it comes
random.
back.
Yeah, because I know, like, I can usually, you guys look fine, and then every once in a while I'll see you guys get pixelated. And then, like, when I freeze, I know because both of you guys stop moving on my end. And I'm like, oh, yeah. It's not my fault. The Wi-Fi up here doesn't matter. Like, I'm at like 400, 500 speed at all times. It just drops. That's the problem. It just like decides when it wants to drop.
Said it before and I'll say it again. It's funny.
Yeah.
So it doesn't, it's fine. It's funny more than anything else.
Have either of you guys ever been to a Cal Bears, the University of California football game?
Yes, my wife went to Cal.
Yeah. It's actually pretty cool. I only been to one, but just like,
yeah,
it's not fun like to park. Like there's not a lot of parking, but just like walking up and you're walking through a neighborhood and then all of a sudden, oh, there's a stadium, and it's actually pretty cool. They showed a commercial for it. I was like, yeah.
When I lived in Berkeley, I lived at the top of the Berkeley Hills. So if you're behind the stadium and go up the street behind the stadium, that takes you to Tilden Park and like I think the Lawrence Hall of Science or whatever. But I lived on Panoramic, which is right, like if you go down around the one end of the stadium, and then it starts going like switchbacks all the way down to like campus. My street was right there, and it took you back up to the top of the hills. And me and my wife had like this little tiny bungalow that overlooked all of the bay. It was pretty incredible.
Wow.
It was weird though. We had like 96 steps up to our house, and it was like a 13 by 13 studio. Our kitchen was like, you could take like 2 steps into it, and then that was it. And then like it was only like 3 feet wide and 3 feet deep. Yeah.
Yeah, well, W, that's the one thing I do remember is the parking was crazy.
Yeah.
Like it was non-existent. So
hang on. We got to hear this. This is important. Hang on. Get rid of this. Come on. What's happening? Let's go.
Salut à tous, je vous présente Steve Oyufat. Là Konaté.
No, it's Steve Oyufat. Okay. Just want to make sure that's his name. Steve Oyufat.
Steve. There's like a couple of extra E's in there.
Steve.
Why shake it? What am I humble bragging about? We lived in we had a 13 by 13 studio in Berkeley Hills. That's not a humble brag. And it was weird. A tree fell on our house one time while we were taking a nap. Landed right.
Really?
Yeah. If we didn't have a cinder block wall, it would have killed us.
Good Lord.
Yeah. It was a pretty wild place. I did not enjoy my time in Berkeley.
I would always go to my time in Berkeley would be, what's the main street there with all
Shattuck.
No, it's something else. It's with all the restaurants and
Yeah, Shattuck.
that's what it. I thought it was something else. I used to always go to Rasputin over there. Is that where Rasputin is?
Oh, that's Telegraph.
Telegraph.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a lot of my time. Whenever
Shattuck is the one that runs across the bottom of campus. Telegraph is halfway up campus on the right. Yeah. And that's a bit crazy.
they had a nice little pizza spot that I'd go to over there too.
Slice, pizza by the slice. Yeah.
Yeah.
$1.50. That's that's what it was
Yeah,
at.
I'm talking about.
For a gigantic slice of pizza.
You see, Costco said they will not raise their $1.50 hot dog and soda combo, even though everything else is going up in Costco.
Saw that. We're coming back, guys. Hang on. Live on the Odyssey app, live on Twitch, YouTube, and Twitter as well. Friendly reminder for those listening on 98.5 FM HD2, for those listening on 1320 or the Odyssey app, we will not be with you tomorrow. Our show has been preempted, but we will be back with you on Friday with James, with Trista, with Kyle, with a very, very busy show headed into the weekend with 49ers football and Kings basketball. And James, you came from practice earlier. You mentioned talking to KZ Okpala, and he was excited about the opportunity he had. And the question I have for you, was there any hint as to whether that opportunity is going to be there for him again on Sunday when the Kings take the floor?
You know, we talked to Mike Brown, and I kind of got the impression that Mike Brown they're still making a decision on that position, and that we could very well see something different when the Kings take the floor on Sunday. And it wasn't that KZ did something wrong or anything else. I think it's just that they're trying a few things and they want to see how it looks. And, that's what preseason is for. You need to try it against other teams and see if it's actually going to function. There's always going to be the problem. I'll keep pointing this out. Like KZ Okpala averaged like 19 points a game at Stanford, and he just hasn't had an opportunity to score in his 3 years in the league. He said he's done it a couple of times, and so, yeah, he can score. But in order for this thing to work, KZ has to be able to hit the three ball, and he's got to be able to make sharp cuts. And I think Mike Brown did make the point that he thought like KZ made some nice cuts that either led to baskets, one basket for him, or opportunities for his teammates, because anytime someone makes a really strong cut and Sabonis has a ball, it tightens up the defense and opens the spacing on the outside. Mm-hmm. You just can't have everybody cutting. I think we're going to have to see if they really feel comfortable with that spot. But again, I think we could see Chima Moneki get an opportunity in the starting five. I think we could see Keegan get that opportunity. We're just going to have to wait and see what Mike Brown kind of feels. And I think he's probably got a good idea of how he wants to ramp up over the next 3 games. But, in order for KZ to be there, he's got to be able to do a lot more than just play defense.
Do you think KZ, and it's only one preseason game, I get that, but do you think he kind of established himself as being in the rotation just in general? It may not be starting or whatever the case may be, but do you think he's one of the 10 guys that's going to get consistent minutes in this rotation moving forward?
It's an interesting question. To be honest with you, I don't know. Like when I first started covering the league, it was with Paul Westphal, And I know people used to freak out because one game a guy would start, and then the next game it wouldn't be his backup that got the start. It would be someone else that was out of the rotation that got the start, and that starter would go to the bench and not play at all. And people are always confused by it. And Paul would always say, like, look, first of all, you never start your best 6, which he knew because he spent a lot of his time in the league, even though he made the Hall of Fame, coming off the bench, right? Mm-hmm. So he said, you never start your best 5 players, but also if there's a guy that really like starts playing well in his role off the bench, like he may not look the same when you put him with the starters. So if he's doing well in that role, leave him in that role and swap somebody else out. It might mean an expanded role for somebody off the bench. So if somebody's playing really well in 18 minutes a night and the starter's playing, 28, and you want to switch out the starters, you may change the calculus on, who's playing what type of minutes. It might go up to 24 and 24. Mm-hmm. But that's where I kind of see this power forward position if they don't just hand it to Keegan Murray. And I don't know if I would even say hand it to if Keegan Murray doesn't just demand with his play that he's a starting power forward moving forward. Mm-hmm. If it's not Keegan, then I really do believe it could be Trey Lyles. It could be Chimezie Metu. It could be Moneki. It could be KZ Okpala. It's just going to depend on what Mike Brown wants to do. And then if we start seeing Keegan just like thrive so much in that role off the bench, number one, he could stay there for longer than people think. But number two, it could he just gets so good that you have to play him 32 minutes a night, 34 minutes a night. The only way to do that is to really move him into the starting lineup.
In news that's not news, the Kings are exercising the team option for Davion Mitchell for the 2023-2024 season. Again, news that is not news.
Yeah.
But it is news. Mm-hmm. So there you have it. Davion Mitchell.
Davion Mitchell, everybody.
Real quick, is that trying to think, is that earlier than they've done in recent years?
No, they have to have it done by, I think it used to be October 30th. But it's right around this time. There's a deadline that's
coming
up.
Of the second year?
Yeah. Okay. So every first round pick signs a 2-year deal with a 3rd and 4th option. So when you draft a guy, he's under contract for 2 years, and then at the tail end of his after his rookie season, the tail end of the summer, you have to exercise a contract for his 3rd year. This time next year, they'll have to exercise a contract for the next year. Gotcha. And then you either, in that 3rd summer, you can either extend them or they become a restricted free agent at the end of that 4th year if you extend the qualifying offer.
That's what kind of mixed me up. I always thought they signed a 3-year deal, and then you have to make the team extension for a 4th year. But I didn't know it was a 2-year deal.
Yeah, this is basically where Harry Giles did not get his contract picked up. The 1 year that was a total shock to so many people that that the Kings didn't pick up his, I want to say 3rd year. It might have been, they didn't pick up his 4th year. Yeah, it
was just because he didn't play at all the first year, played a little bit the second year, showed something, and they didn't pick up the 4th going into his 3rd year or something like that, right?
Yeah, going into his 3rd year, they didn't pick up his 4th, and that was a shocker to a lot of people. Yeah. So yeah,
but he's not on a roster, is he?
Not that I know.
No. As of right now, he's not. I mean, but DeMarcus Cousins isn't on a roster either. Yeah. So
yeah.
No, I understand what you're saying.
DeMarcus. Yeah. Last night saw DeMarcus 20 seconds ago with Pete Youngman.
Yeah.
I'll piggyback off of Kenny's question a little bit because asking if KZ Okpala earned a spot in the rotation. Did anyone earn anything in this first game?
Yeesh. I don't know. Like if you're jujudging
Sam Merrill minutes coming our way.
Yeah. I mean, I was surprised by Sam Merrill playing pretty substantial minutes with the 3rd unit. I mean, there's so many line changes. I thought that there were some interesting takeaways on that end. I thought that Matthew Dellavedova looked like he may have, if there is a race for a backup for a 3rd point guard, that he looked better than Quinn Cook and he looked like he had a control of the offense. He was mature and leading the group on the floor. The team played better with him on the court than I thought they did with Quinn Cook. And so if there was something there, I would say he looked pretty solid. I thought, again, the fact that Sam Merrill played before like Kent Bazemore, I thought that was slightly intriguing. Again, Chima Moneke, we keep hearing how much, he's like a favorite of people on the inside and the outside. I thought it was weird that he was with the fourth group and barely played, at the end of the game. And then he got stepped on by Wenyen Gabriel. So I don't know that we can make a ton of determinations about anything. It's just like if I was going to say, hey, who had a better game of the two reserve third string point guards, I would say Dellavedova. And again, I think Sam Merrill is a guy that's at least intriguing. He can really shoot the ball, and he also doesn't make any mistakes. So when you leave a preseason game this early, like again, 5-6 days into camp, we've seen other teams turn the ball over like 26, 27 times, and your team turns it over 7. Yeah. That's incredibly impressive. Like everyone was locked in. No one was playing outside of themselves and doing silly things. And I think that was pretty good.
Yeah. I actually, and I agree with what you said earlier about the offense looking a little clunky, the offense itself, but I thought there were a lot of good moments in that game where the ball moved naturally and there was natural pass and relocation from some of these guys and cutting and things of that nature. And those are things that they could probably build on. And that I think is a little bit of a good sign because it was just the flow of the offense and the way these guys are going to play. Like it wasn't a set. It wasn't, this is what it was just, hey, pass and kick. Oh, dump it off to this guy. I'm going baseline. Let me kick it to the baseline. All this other stuff. Like I did like seeing that. And I thought that was from the first group all the way down to the end as well.
Yeah, it was unselfish play. I think that's what we saw. We saw guys, like we hear this term, guys playing the right way. That's what it kind of felt like. Everyone was kind of playing the right way. They didn't hit shots, which was an issue. I think they started like 2 of 15 from 3. That wasn't good. But overall,
it only got marginally better.
Yeah.
The 3-point shooting did not get much better at all.
No, but the second half, I mean, they were so good in the second half where they outscored them like 64-29 or something. And in the third quarter, it was they only gave up 13 points. Fourth quarter, they only gave up 16 points. So, I think that like the team is building something. It's at least intriguing right now what we're seeing. But of course, we didn't see any like signature plays in that first game, and that's just because they are really just trying to figure each other out still.
Yeah.
Anyone we're not talking enough about?
I mean, I thought like Sabonis had a really, really quiet night. And Herter is one of those guys that you just kind of overlook because he doesn't do anything wrong either. He's always in position. He's always staying in front of guys. And then he's always ready to shoot the 3 ball. I don't think so. Like, I think that the team is like you can kind of see the first and second unit like form like instantly. And I think the only variable in that first and second unit, well, I'd say there's 2. It's how much does a guy like Trey Lyles play? Just because he's kind of like the 8.5 or 9.5 man. And then is KZ Okpala the guy who's going to start, or will it be someone else? I think outside of that, still we understood the 8 guys coming in, and it's still the 8 guys coming out of that first game that we kind of know are going to be there and play a lot.
Yeah. Hey, James, I'm going to ask you a question that I asked earlier in the day, and we got some mixed reviews about it. After seeing V-Dub, as we like to call him, Wembanyama, last night in his amazing performance in his U.S. debut, 37 points, 7 3-pointers. We were talking about the tanking and, how it's going to be an all-time tank race to get a guy like that. I talked about the depth of this draft coming up. There are so many guys. I think the whole lottery and one of the draft projections I saw was nothing but incoming freshmen. That was the whole projection of the lottery. Like, it's crazy what's coming in here. I asked the question, And I'll go with my question, Damien. You can give your modified one too. Would you rather the Kings make the playoffs this year or have a pick between 5 and 10?
That's tough. Like, I mean, the Kings are up against so much historically, and I don't think they can be bad enough. Like, the only way that you try to tank, it's not to be in the top 5 or 10. The only way that you tank is if you're going to get somehow, if you're going to be in the running for number 1. Even like number 2, like Scoot Henderson's incredible, and he's a blast to watch. It's tough to completely throw everything away for him. But when you look at Wembanyama, it's just something different. It's something different we haven't seen before. And so, I mean, as someone who's covered this team forever, as somebody who, talks about them all the time, I think I want them to go for the win here. And I told everybody like 2 months ago, I think that there's going to be an extra 5 to 10 wins just sitting there on the ground waiting for you with all of these teams that already they can't pick their jaws off the ground, and they're just going to be trying to lose every single game. And I'll even point to 2 specific games. Like anytime you got to play in Utah one night and then fly home and play the next day in Sacramento, it's one of the worst road trip, like back-to-backs, road and home back-to-backs. I think that those games are going to be over by the end of the second quarter, and the Kings are going to be able to rest everybody and get home. and like, you might as well send half your team home at halftime. Like, hey, go ahead and take another flight. Well, we got the rest of the guys. We'll come back later. Yeah, so I think it's going to be tough. It's going to, like, I think the Kings are going to go for it. And I think that there's going to be a lot of teams who just realize that you can't pass up on the opportunity to try to get this guy.
Yeah.
Well, what if you were guaranteed 1 or 2?
That changes everything.
It does change it. Like, yeah, go ahead and cash it in now.
For me, James, if it was,
I want to be clear. The question: I guarantee you make the playoffs, or I guarantee you get the first or second pick.
Mm-hmm. I think I'm still going 1 and 2.
You can guarantee me number 1.
Sorry, I'm 1 and 2, and it was an easy answer for me for both. So if you told me 5 to 10, I'm taking the playoffs. Like, I'm not even really thinking twice. If you told me 1 or 2, I'm taking 1 or 2. and I'm the poster child of you have to break the streak. Like, I don't think nobody wants it more and is more definitive than I am. But if you told me you get 1 or 2, I might have to take 1 or 2.
Well, and I'll tell you too, I warned you guys of this, I think, starting last year. Like, the class that just came through and the class before that, those are the COVID kids that lost a ton of games in their junior and senior year of high school. When you're really starting to take off and do things, this next group through is like their freshmen, sophomores, when the real pandemic stuff hit and all the AAU circuit and all their high school games and all that stuff. Did they get impacted by it slightly? Yeah, but some of them were 5'11" and hadn't hit 6'7" yet. So it's this group is going to be the first group that we kind of see how they're a little bit out of it. They're a little bit, this incoming group, not this year, but next year's, where they did get to play like quite a few games in their junior and senior year in high school. And it's just an important development time for players. It really is, where they're learning the game and they're getting comfortable in their bodies and all that stuff. So yeah, I think it's going to be an interesting. That's why we're seeing like what you're talking about. Like 14 freshmen are going to be the top 14 picks.
And real quick, there is no back-to-back Utah home and home, but February 1st, a Wednesday, February 3rd, a Friday, you got what would typically be a little bit of a daunting at San Antonio, at Indiana. Well, I think you can put Sam Merrill in that game. I think you're winning both of those games. Okay. At San Antonio, at Indiana, book it.
Sam Merrill might be starting for the San Antonio Spurs by that time.
Yeah, I mean, that's like some of these
playing 45 minutes a night.
Yeah, some of these teams you don't even know what they're gonna be. I could have sworn there were 2 games this year where the Kings were in Utah one night and had to fly home to play on a
There's a
back-to-back.
Memphis game in between that. So they're in Utah. They go to, or maybe they're at home, but there's a Memphis game in between it.
I got at Utah on January 3rd, and on January 4th the Kings play the Hawks at home. Yeah.
There it is. December 30th, they're at home against Utah, at Memphis. January 3rd at Utah.
Yeah, but again, the March 20th, they're at Utah on March 20th. March 21st, they're at home against Boston.
Oh, I thought you meant against both games against Utah. No, okay, I got you.
No. What I mean is the road and home, like where you have to fly home after playing Utah. Right. And a lot of those times you just got, blown out by 30 against Utah and you got to go home and try to pick up the pieces. That's just not going to be the case this year. That Jazz team, they look strong right now as far as like they still have some veterans. That they will not have those guys when we get to the end of the season. They won't, especially in March. Like Mike Conley is not going to show up for that March 20th game. So
Mike Conley might not show up for that game on October 19th or whenever they start their season. I don't know when that is.
Yeah.
From the category of they're just like us, I'm glancing over here at the Sports Center hit, and I see a handsome Kevin Agandi in clear 4K or whatever it is. L. Duncan, who's arguably one of the most beautiful human beings on the planet. And then right in the middle, Kevin Hart doing a hit from his house, who looks exactly like James Ham looks at this exact moment. Kevin Hart live on national television. With the slightly pixelated face. The funny thing is I can't hear a thing, but I'm very confident both Kevin and Elle are fake laughing. And I hate that. Like,
who was the fake laugh we got the other day? Was it it was Russell Wilson.
Media laugh. Oh, Russell Wilson talking about Eli Manning. It was like he was right under the microphone when he did that. Like, bro, what are we doing? James would never fake laugh.
Try not to.
Laugher in the Sacramento media you want to call out?
I don't think so.
Oh, wait, hold on. I'm sorry, guys. I'm watching, and Kevin Hart froze for a second. I really thought it was just like him. He froze, but he's back.
Kevin Hart freeze. Go back to Kevin Hart freeze. James is going to make it again. James's internet is battling out of this slump he was in for a while. It's had a couple of solid performances here the last few days.
Yeah, and we're not calling it soft focus ham. We're calling it glam shot ham. Thank you. It's a glam shot. Glam shot.
Hey, I'm a premium subscriber, day one premium subscriber, proud to be. Did I notice that there was some tremendous Kings content now that you've got to be a premium subscriber to get?
Oh yeah, I've started gated content. I feel bad about it, but at the same time, gas prices aren't getting any cheaper.
Yeah,
yeah, I got to drive. Yeah. So, so we're gating some content. Not all content will be gated, but some content is getting gated, and that's just I warn people forever that that's what we're gonna do, and that's what we are doing. And I appreciate all the new subscribers, and I really appreciate all the people who stuck around while I didn't gate a bunch of content. And kept paying their monthly dues. It's been a fun run, and it's just a different way to do things, and I'm loving it, and I hope the fans out there are loving it too.
If you're a Kings fan, it's worth every penny. Go to thekingsbeat.com, become a premium subscriber. Not only do you get the tremendous content that James Ham is referring to, but you get the invites to the off the record happy hour as well, which I know James and the crew is in the process of planning their next one right now. We appreciate you so much for being with us. Again, one more reminder, we will not be on the radio tomorrow. We will not be on 1320 AM, the Odyssey app, or 98.5 FM, KRX QHD2. If you are watching on Twitch or YouTube, we're going to need your help tomorrow. We are going to be in the new studio. We're going to be testing out some things. We did everything we could to avoid doing it during the show. But we're working off a lot of other people's schedules, and we kind of wanted to get this thing in motion. So We figured Thursday was the best day to go about this, so we're going to miss Thursday, but we'll be back with you Friday with James, with Kyle, with Trista, with 2 pairs of Kings tickets, and a lot to talk about. We appreciate you for being with us here on Sacramento Sports Leader, ESPN 1320.
I love Sacramento.
Clear. Oh, man.
I love LA. Every time you say that, it makes me think that.
That stupid ass song.
Oh, yeah. So they did. They sent out that while we were here. I should have asked about that. That was my bad. But it's all right. It's not like it. That was the Davion Mitchell thing.
Oh. Nothing.
Oh, yes. Stephen Vogt hit a home run in his last game.
I did see that.
Oh, spectacular.
Well, I thought that happened. I didn't actually see it.
Just that there was only 10 people to see it.
Yeah. I love that the Kings asked me if they could use my Mike Brown video screaming, and now it's their Twitter handle picture as well, where they screenshot something from my video.
That's great. That is great. All right, we're going to get out of here. Remember, new episode of Corners of the Culture. Probably should have mentioned this while we were on the radio. A really good new episode of Corners of the Culture drops tomorrow. Kenny and I recorded it yesterday. I produced it last night. It's already loaded. It's ready. It'll be there for you when you wake up in the morning. You're going to enjoy this one. We do a deep dive into we do something a little bit different. We talk about Kanye West at the beginning, but then we shift gears and get into what our topic of the week was, and it's the story behind Rapper's Delight. So I think you'll learn a few things. I think you'll dig it. I hope you'll dig it. I hope you'll listen to it. And I hope we see you. Well, I hope we see you here tomorrow.
Well, before we go, this is just what we do. Did you see what Thunder Valley is doing, opening their new indoor facility?
I heard about this.
I saw the price too.
The price is high, but they're starting with the Eagles and then going to
Bruno.
Yeah, Bruno.
Bruno the one.
And so I was talking to Sean Cunningham about this.
Bruno?
It was $695.
Ooh.
The highest price ticket was $695. I think the lowest, it might have been $795. I think the lowest was $395.
That's a lot. That's a lot. But that's damn near what it was to get in the Golden One Center.
It was not. There's no way we paid that much because me and my sister went. There's no way we paid that much.
Okay, so I guess the new venue though is very similar to what like the special spots in Vegas where they're doing, like where Lady Gaga has there. So it's like a really intimate setting. So like 2,500 fans or less, or I don't know. It's like really small, and you'll probably have like your own seat and your own table and all that stuff. It's supposed to be really nice.
I think I didn't go. You went, so you would know better than I would. But what I was being told, you couldn't get in for less than $150 to see Bruno Mars.
Yeah, I said $350. I said it's damn near.
It's not that far. $150, like $150 to $350 is
$200 more.
It's not that far off. And it's a bigger venue. Go to a bigger venue.
You got your nerve. I guess with your pocketbook, $200 isn't that much more. For my pocketbook, man, that's a lot.
You got that Tesla money. You got that Tesla money.
Man, I don't even know. And for some reason, I keep getting drawn to that's not the right number. It was I'll see if I still have that email that had the prices on it. It was a lot though. That Bruno Mars one was a lot.
Damn.
I told you guys, we had tickets in Vegas when the pandemic hit. We had tickets on Friday night to Gwen Stefani and Saturday night to Lady Gaga in Vegas. Like it was for my wife's birthday, where me and her best friend and her husband, we were surprising her for her birthday, and the pandemic hit and it all got shut down. We've had just for Gaga tickets, for the 4 tickets, we've been sitting on a $2,400 StubHub like voucher for like 2.5 years now.
Wow.
Yeah.
300 up to 500 are the Bruno Mars tickets. 300 up to 500.
It's not that bad for Bruno.
Man,
considering if you wanted to see him in Vegas, how much that would be. If you wanted to see him just on his tour, like you said, the cheapest ticket is like $150 to get in.
Yeah, I don't know. Let me see.
I would go see the Eagles too, man. I love the Eagles, although they've lost members.
Yeah, it's an intimate setting. Definitely that.
They fill
how many seats? It might only be like 1,200 or something.
It's not. It looks like it's a theater. It looks like something you'd go see a Broadway play at.
Mm-hmm.
That's what it looks like. 2 VIP areas off to the side, the 3 front, and then the lower mezzanine, and it's like that.
It looks pretty cool, man. It looks pretty dope.
Yeah.
The venue at Thunder Valley will have 4,500 seats. Wow.
When is and they're slick. I'm pretty sure the date for this was like February. Yeah. 18th. They're putting that shit around Valentine's Day.
Boy, oh boy. You either stay with your woman or take her to Bruno.
As radio personalities, we should get a tour of this and tickets to one of these events.
I mean, if they want me to say something good about it, they need to give me tickets.
Guys, I can do something on my IG story for you.
Show me the money. Show me the money. I'd stay there and go to one of their steakhouses, and I'd do it up.
Nah,
put a little right up in the King's Beat. Thunder Valley presenting the King's Beat.
See, I'm making that call tomorrow.
Damn, Mike Trout hit a bomb. He hit one in the upper deck in center field.
I can't believe I didn't buy tickets to see Tracy Ellis Ross. It's just this was the biggest
credit you didn't know.
It was one of the biggest L's of my life. Damn shame.
Somebody seriously took a picture of Mark Davis sitting out at In-N-Out eating food.
People are weird.
Well, in their defense, Mark Davis is weird. He's risking it, wearing his acid wash jeans. It's to an In-N-Out, risking making a mess.
Bye, everyone. We're leaving.